We go. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Quiet Kanku. I'm your not so humble dungeon master and host. We're into episode 6 already. This is pretty crazy. Um, a couple announcements to go here. So, as far as announcements, the usual stuff. Streams get streamed here on Twitch and then on YouTube and Spotify. They get posted as VODs. However, I'm a little behind on Spotify because Spotify's been giving me issues, but I'm getting those posted tonight or tomorrow. And then I'm actually going to be starting to post on other podcast platforms as well because you can like connect all of them to Spotify. And so I'm just going to get it posted like anywhere you listen to podcasts, you'll be able to find it. Also, art commissions as usual. We have Connor Lycan, who's not here right now, but you know them, you love them. Their info is over in the partners page in the Discord server. You can find on the about page below. We're gonna have some other art commission stuff here soon, but for now, you already know about that. You can go check it out. It's good stuff right now. Doing the Kijins custom animal of the setting. You can request specific like mixes of different types of cats and birds. It's all good fun. We actually on stream in the rotation in the bottom left corner have one of them that you'll be able to see. Actually, I think a couple in there, so you can go check that out. That's really all I got for announcements, though. Most of the same stuff as it has been. But as far as now we're just hopping into the session with a little bit of a recap because for some of the players, a couple of them had to dip early. I have already filled in Connor, so Connor knows what happened. But just a pretty in-depth recap for people that missed. So the party was escaping, running away from the city of Altney after they broke a man named Joseph Stone out of a strange pod in the top floor of the castle. Um, Basically, just leaving early, heading on your journey. You hopped onto the walkers with one having a group of military guards, guard-like people from Altney on one that were your guides, and then your group, as well as Richard Hardy and Joseph Stone on the other one with one of his cameramen. You started to make your way through the fog. This fog that prevented any magic from being cast, now equipped with these bracers of yours that would allow you to cast a couple spells a day, hopefully just make your journey a little easier. Most of the journey, it was about a 2-week journey. It went pretty fine, honestly. Not much happened until about halfway through, where you were attacked by at what first looked just like a giant serpent, but you very quickly realized it was instead a bundle of twisting, rotten vines using the shed of a large serpent as a sort of shell. Engaging it and fighting it, with preventing it from tripping and knocking over this walker you had, you were able to defeat it and continue on. Reaching your destination, the fog clearing slowly throughout the time, eventually clearing entirely by the time you reach the destination city. Magic returned, so you had no need for the bracers and you went to take them off, where you realized you couldn't. The bracers would not come off. Areli, who had been doing some tinkering with these things over time, trying to figure out, how they worked, was able to assist you all in removing them. And so you removed them. Some of you kept it. Some of you threw yours away, depending on what you chose to do. And Radioactive Purple Rat Baby, you and Joseph Stone both realized what this city laying before you was. This was the city of Paris, located in what used to be France. A large spire-like structure near the center of these ruins. Zernus, you ran ahead and climbed atop of it, and you got a pretty good lookout over the city, seeing most of it desolate, destroyed, but one location standing out amongst the rest, not too far. It was there was a large sword sticking out of the ground, a massive titan-sized sword sticking out of the ground, next to a hole in the ground. And then near those were some ruins as well. But these ruins look to have been built on top of older ruins. So, as if somebody had built on top of the structures and then it had become abandoned itself. Um, you guys made your way there, looked down in the hole, and saw a tower of some kind, which Joseph Stone, sort of face going stark white, inquired about why he was having that reaction. And he revealed that this was, in his time, what they would have called a nuclear device, a weapon capable of annihilating an entire city in one impact, a large fireball, if you will. So, having that revelation, you made your way into the nearby ruin on top of ruins and found a metal wall, which some of you trying to brute force your way through, some of you trying to investigate. And as you were starting to kind of figure out how it might work, Aurelie had kind of an epiphany. The bracer being sort of the same technological age as everything else, tried to use it to interface, and it worked, and was able to open the door. Inside, you heard a few logs from a man seeming to be in an army of some kind, who had was warning of an attack. He was trying to get further into this bunker and was killed before he could. And you watched his body turn to dust in the wind. You made your way inside and then were faced by a person wearing armor that looked somewhat made of plant life. Very wood, a little bit of metal in there, but mostly wood, vines, and things like that. It was a strange encounter, and that is where we ended the last session. This person has not done anything. They have not said anything. They're simply standing there and looking. And I actually want to give you a visual of kind of what they look like. I did not draw this myself. I have no artistic talent, but this is generally what they look like. I'm going to post it in pictures for your guys' sake. Generally, this is kind of their appearance, although imagine a little more plant life on the armor and whatnot, leaves and things growing throughout. But generally, that is that. They do have a staff in one hand and a long sword in the other, and they seem to just kind of be looking at you. What do you do?
Hello, I'm going to say in Sylvan.
And Sylvan,
In Sylvan.
1 moment, please.
Oh no.
Oh, wrong binder. Okay. Eyes immediately snap to you. Who are you? State your purpose. Back in Sylvan.
We are here to, I guess we're here to look around and retrieve something from. We were here to get a library, right? Like, get information.
To look for the lost library, yes.
We're here to look for a library and retrieve information.
There's a pause for a moment as the eyes of, and it's kind of hard to tell if this is necessarily a man, woman. It's very androgynous and just kind of looks across your group. Is this what could be said for all of you? You are all coming just seeking knowledge?
Yeah.
Reply yes in Sylvan.
Back in Sylvan. Okay.
Yeah, Sylvan too.
Okay. The stance is still very defensive, but relaxes a tad. And takes a couple steps toward you. And to give you just an idea of, again, where you are, this is a hallway wide enough for 3 people shoulder to shoulder, not much wider than that. They're, after taking a couple steps forward, about 30 feet away. And spaced out every so many feet on the ceiling, there are spots of light recessed into the ceiling. There are also Sorry, I got to grab my map. Okay. There's a couple of those metal doors along the side. There's, we'll say, just one on each side. But then there's the one they entered through on the very, very far end, which is probably about 50 feet from you. No, sorry, 40, we'll say. 40 feet from you. And they take those couple steps forward and look all of you up and down. There are libraries other places. Find your knowledge there.
Can I give like a elvish greeting to him? Them.
You want to say like say something in Elvish?
Like in elvish, salute, whatever you do to a military officer.
Okay, so give a sort of like Elvish salute. Okay. Standard Elvish salute would probably be something that you would be familiar with. Would be something along the lines of like a one hand behind the back, one hand over the heart. Usually right hand over the heart. And you do this, and they give kind of a nod of acknowledgement, slow, still very cautious, squinted eyes. You are a man of military, saying in Sylvan still.
I kind of. I say in elvish.
In Elvish. So you know how that one person was speaking like Shakespearean Elvish?
No, not again. Not again, please.
In this primordial Elvish. What is thou rank?
Oh,
Which you were City Watch, just plain City Watch, correct? Is that basically
was
what
a
you decided?
Captain Head Guard.
Captain Headguard. Okay. And do you say this to this person?
Yeah.
Hey, Captain. Back to Sylvan. Is well, we do not need guards here. We have plenty. What knowledge do you seek specifically? And he's saying, or they're saying this to the group as a whole.
I'm gonna switch over to common, just kind of quietly, like, are we telling them?
I mean, we can tell them about the tablets and
Tell them what? I have no idea what he's saying.
Which, like, facts. There's people who don't know how to speak these languages.
Yeah.
They
Telling
want to
on
know.
this.
They want to know what knowledge we're here for. I told them we're here looking for knowledge.
they want to know specifically what knowledge.
Glance head back, see if they're listening, if they can understand.
Make a quick insight check for me, Galliard.
Insight, I'm obviously great at these. Insight. Ah, that's a 9.
A 9. You can't really tell. Like, they seem attentive, but you can't tell if that's just cautious defensiveness or if that's I understand and I'm listening. You can't really tell.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's different things we're looking for, though. Like, as a group, we're looking for something. I myself need some information different than that. And I don't know if anyone else is looking for anything else. So
You seem very hostile.
Hostile is not the word I would use. His body language seems more defensive, territorial.
I'm going to speak to the person in Sylvan again. We are looking for various things, but specifically, what we know is here is some tablets. I think they were.
something about screens and recordings.
Technology of the old world?
Takes a couple more steps forward in your direction. Not quite getting to 25 feet, still a little under 30. And there is much technology of the old world here, but it is not. It is to be forgotten. Or it is ours.
Oh, like the thing outside?
That is ours. As is everything here. You will take nothing.
What exactly is this place?
Kind of looks around at the walls. It is one of our many conquests.
You mentioned that there were doors on either side of us on the group.
Yes, they're those like metal doors.
I would like to like put my shield out, my other arm, and just kind of push everyone back from those doors. Just back, just a little bit.
As you kind of start to raise that, Stance gets a bit more defensive. Heel kind of goes back and just sees you're kind of pushing people back and relaxes a bit again. I am sorry that I cannot let you take anything from here. This is property of our empire.
Is this the same empire?
What do you mean? Same empire as...
There exists a elven power, the world now, currently. Are you a continuation of that? Are you a branch? Or are they a continuation of you? Or you, anyone else here? Military service, anyone here? Hello, you,
What
rest of
is
you?
what is your plus to insight, Galliard?
His plus to insight is 2.
Okay, so your passive would be 12. I think it is reasonable, because you're saying that in Sylvan, correct?
Yes.
As you say
switching
that,
to common,
yeah. As you kind of say that and are asking these questions, there's confusion, but the best you can read, they understand your question but don't know how to respond to it. Do not know the right answer, and they'll kind of say as much, kind of looking in your direction. I do not... I assume we have conquered the world, but I would have not seen it.
Well, may I ask, just are they just speaking in Sylvan, or is it like switching between?
This person in particular is strictly speaking Sylvan. You heard at one point there was a slightly different language. That's when switching to that form of Elvish. But it has otherwise strictly been Sylvan. They do not seem to know common.
Tongues on myself?
You may. That allows you to understand and also speak, correct? Any language?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. So then as you cast tongues, we'll say you cast it now. And as they say this next thing, you understand. I have been here a time I do not know. But I am stationed here and I will not leave my post. I am here to guard, as you once did, Captain. Looking towards Zernus.
The year is currently 1963 Nomer Lalone. Is that correct?
Nomernelli, yes. That would be the
No,
year.
really.
And yes. Sorry, do you say that to him, saying the year?
Yes. Tell him that the current year, nominally.
Kind of head turns up in a thinking gesture. Interesting. That is a long time. I assume different era, but it matters not. Despite what years may have passed, our empire is eternal, and if you say that there is an elven empire, then I can only assume it is as glorious as it once was, and always will be.
Are you only prohibited to share amongst yourselves? The elves, I mean.
Do you come from the elven empire?
Do I? I don't remember.
You wouldn't, because from your backstory, you were born within, because the Elven Empire is strictly in the west on one continent, not Idux, which is where you were born and where you lived.
You don't have
Just
to
to
tell the
point out, he
truth.
might not know.
He's a paladin.
Raise my dice.
Can't lie.
I can bend the truth. If you go far enough east, you end up in the west.
Stupid.
True,
I mean,
yes.
yeah.
I'm gonna say yeah and lie.
Okay, so you say, what exactly do you say? Do you just say yes?
Yes, I am from the Empire.
Roll deception. And let me grab my, I actually have to get my dice thing open.
19.
19, very good. Let me, just a second, I actually have to untie my dice thing. Okay. Has a pencil. Okay. Let's use this nice little dice here. What is your plus to that? Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. As you say that, the eyes narrow in your direction. Lying does not bode well for you. That was a 20. Not natural, but unnatural. Lying does not bode well.
I'm just gonna repeat what I said. If you go further enough east, you're in the west.
Oh my god.
We have many talents if you would allow us to trade for the knowledge we seek.
What could you possibly offer me that would convince me to betray my oath to my country?
Can we offer Mundungus?
No, you cannot offer Mundungus, you motherfucker. Although I do have an idea, but Kingsley doesn't understand what's going on.
Okay. True.
Wait.
But we do have access to the literal goddess of knowledge, if these people like knowledge. She might not have all of her memories, but she knows some shit.
No.
We know magic, various kinds. If there's anyone who needs healing, we have people who are very good at that.
They're paladins, Carson.
What kind
you
of
don't know
healing do you
that.
have access to? Is it
Any
standard
comment?
healing magic, or do you have revivification magic?
I'm going to speak in common to Borelli and Malda. Hey, what kind of healing magic can you guys do?
I can bring back the dead and I can restore limbs.
Bring back the dead as in, like, to life?
Yes.
Oh. Damn, nice.
Bill like turns, looks at him, looks at one of the corpses. You're saying you could bring that back?
Not that. It's not in one piece anymore.
Oh,
We
I mean, it
And
kind of
need it
is.
in
Just
one
don't breathe on
piece
it.
or most of the body parts, and that is not most.
both both general healing and bringing things back from the dead and restoring limbs.
Do you have the necessary components to do the revivification magic? It is more than just simple words and motions.
Do we have the comment? Do we have the stuff that we need to do revivification?
I have the money. I do not have the diamonds, but I am willing to trade if they do.
perhaps
We have the gold necessary, but not the gem.
There is a pause and slowly nods. Sadly, we do not have that here. We simply have these ruins.
Does someone you know need to come back?
Eyes kind of shift to you. Yes, but they have been dead a very long time. I don't suppose your magics can do something if somebody has been dead for thousands of years.
We can help you if you help us.
I don't think we have that powerful of magic.
I see.
We don't, but we know somebody who does.
Do we?
I don't know what's being said, but I technically can.
Well-
It's just not the way you want.
Here's what I will say. You would understand, I believe, if I'm remembering how tongues works, you understand what Maldet says. Because of tongues. And again, tell me if I'm incorrect on this, Maldet, because I'm going off memory. I believe tongues is you basically speak and people understand you. It's not even that you like necessarily know the language or speak the language. You just, what you say is understood.
Yes.
Okay, so then you know what Maldet's saying, that they know someone who does, but you don't really know what that's in reference to.
No,
Can someone please explain what the fuck is going on?
Oh, I'm going
so
to relay
how
the
are we-
situation to the Kingsley.
It just relate.
Just
Everyone knows
relate
the
in
situation.
general and comment to everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are
Yeah.
we doing it if
Which
we
commentator?
cast a spell when we don't have any spell slots? Like, how are we doing it? You gain a level of exhaustion depending on the level?
Correct. So it is a level of exhaustion equal to the level of the spell. So if you cast a 6th level
Fireball.
spell, you straight up die, because 6 levels of
Oh.
exhaustion is death.
Never mind then. Well, I can cast it. I can cast tongues one more time, but who do I cast it on? That's the real question.
I say save your magic. Because technically we can just have someone relay it to the other people. Quote unquote
True.
relay. So we don't actually have to roleplay that out.
This
I can-
elven figure is going to take another step forward. They're going to be at about 25 feet at this point from you. They're going to wave their hand, and the door behind you that shut is going to open. I suggest you leave, please, before I have to resort to extreme violence.
Your son.
We are simply explorers. We mean no harm.
There
son.
are other places to explore.
What?
Continue.
Ask a question for me.
Oh, okay.
What are their thoughts on new knowledge?
What are your thoughts on new knowledge?
How new and of what variety? We have much.
I know knowledge they don't.
My friend here knows knowledge that you don't.
And you point towards Kingsley?
Yes.
He's going to raise the hand and wave you forward, Kingsley.
And he will walk forward.
And they are going to, if I can find it, on you specifically. Okay. They're going to cast Comprehend Languages on you. I'm sorry, that's Self. They can't.
No, it would have to be tongues for him to.
Yeah, which they don't have. Never mind. So they can't do that. But they will kind of wave Drawson forward as well. You will communicate. And I'm not gonna make you repeat everything that is said. We'll just say that you do. towards Kingsley. What knowledge do you offer?
How much do you know of the gods?
I know that they are fools.
Fools maybe. One of them holds much knowledge.
I know who you
Knowledge
speak.
that I also hold.
How can this be? You know, I have a better question. I think a more important question. If you have so much knowledge, then why do you come here seeking it? If you have more knowledge than even we.
She has a lot of knowledge. I have a lot of knowledge. But there are things missing currently.
And so you seek the library.
Correct.
The things in the library are not worth finding.
I think they are. For us, at least.
Sadly, that is not for me to decide.
I mean, it is at this point.
You could help us. And yet you decide not to.
You can decide whether to let us through or not. That is a decision you are taking on your own behalf.
If it's not your decision to let us into the library, whose is it?
They are indisposed at the moment.
If they're
AKA
indisposed, wouldn't it fall to you?
KIA.
There is a chain of command that I must follow. I was given an order, and I follow that order.
I would like to speak to your supervisor.
I would like to speak to the manager, please.
Would you like me to send you to him?
Guy's self just half like blonde hair.
My God.
I
Yeah,
have
Maldet,
to.
you permanently have the swoop of blind. Yeah, like permanently. I'm kidding.
I cast minor illusion as I say that, and that appears.
I vibe with that. I vibe with that.
If there is no chain of command that leaves you in command, and you just simply do not wish to take on that responsibility.
Say again. I'm sorry. I was so distracted by the swoop of blonde hair. I didn't hear what you said.
If there is a chain of command and your supervisor is out of service, it falls to you or the higher up that orders you. And if that's the case, we would like to speak to the higher up that orders you. And if there isn't, then you are actively going against your chain of command.
Okay, well, if you would like to speak to my higher up, you can travel to the Ervin Empire and you can speak to the Emperor.
I don't quite think we have enough time for this.
How many are there?
Are you saying this in common?
I am saying it in common. Yes.
Okay.
Aurelia will say, "No need. Give me a name, full name."
You say
It's
this
void.
in Sylvan? Or you
I
having them
say
translate?
it in common because
I can translate this.
Okay. Full name. Shit, you're making me pull up my fucking notes.
The Emperor's name, to be specific.
Emperor's, yeah. Hold on.
Oh, we're about to give this dude so much whiplash of what's about to happen. I think is going to happen.
I wonder
Unless
what
it's
you
like
would
a
know.
really old elf.
Yeah, I think you're on the right track. You're thinking the same thing. Oh, god damn it, there it was. Okay. The name he gives is Silvar. Sorry, I just lost it. Sildar Yestov.
Do
I will.
any of us recognize? Sorry.
If you'd like to, you can roll a history check. But what were you going to say, Aurelie?
I
Elf.
am
My
going
study
to
elf.
write it in my pact book,
Okay.
and if they are still alive, I will attempt to communicate.
Okay.
I
Using.
got an 18 on history.
I apologize. Oh, yes, got it. No, I know what you're talking about. Okay, so you said you got an 18 on history. I'll answer that first, and then we'll get to the other thing.
And 27 on history.
Okay, 27, 18. 18, no. With the 18, that's a high number, but that is still not enough. You do not know that name. Definitely sounds Elvish, old Elvish, but you don't recognize it. With a 27, Galliard, you're a learned fella. Silvar is one of the Elven Emperors from a long time ago, and the only reason anyone remembers anything about him was two reasons. He was brutal, a brutal conqueror, and two, he is where the name of the language Sylvan originated.
Oh.
Sweet. Hate it.
He was smart. He was a tactician. He was
And
calculating.
he's dead.
And as far as you remember, he has been dead a long time. Even for an elf, he lived a long time in comfort and bathing in blood. Not literally, but figuratively. But he did eventually die. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, before even
How
the current
old
age.
is this mother frick?
This emperor of yours has been dead for thousands upon thousands of years.
And as he is mulling that over, Aurelie, do you attempt communication?
Yeah, I'll try. Let's see.
I swear, if he's still
And to clarify, because my brain is faulty, this communication is this like through sending, or is this through?
It's through sending, but it's two-way. So I speak, then he speaks, and we can just keep going as long as it's not severed, or if he's in another plane.
Okay.
If he's in another plane, as if he's dead, I roll a d100, and then if it's a 25 or a 75 or higher, then it goes through. Otherwise, it doesn't.
Roll that d100.
Oh no.
Oh boy. Do you want to do 75 and up, or do you want to do 25 and below?
75 and up. Why not?
Okay.
Let's make it happen.
Dang, that's 55.
Wow. Okay. Sad. So, with that being said, you attempt to reach out. There is no immediate communication, giving the idea that he is more than likely dead. But there is still no connection. You start to hear like the faintest whisper of something, and then nothing. Not even a word. And then Galliard, you say dead for a long time, and they just kind of look at you and nod. But the Empire lives. That is enough. That means there is another emperor, however, I do not know who it would be to give you a name. And they would be my superior, as they would have taken over.
Do they know you're alive?
They do not need to. Our missions do not end just because we have been forgotten.
Is the current emperor the one whose wife almost got assassinated?
Correct.
Well, good, yeah.
And they... Never mind. That's a stupid question.
There are no stupid questions. What is the question?
Previous session, you said that we can't detect his heartbeat, right?
Did I say that? If I did, I'm going to amend that ever so slightly. You do hear heartbeat, but only one in the vicinity. And sorry, one in addition to your group. Actually, let me do some math in my head. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 heartbeats in the area total.
Are you counting the basilisk?
Counting which one, sorry?
I think it's Slinky is the name.
Slinky.
Oh, yes. Any the pets. Well, yeah. Slinky would be counted.
The one pet that is
was
here.
Sock and Mundungus were left outside. Joseph Stone is outside. However, Richard Hardy is there with you. His camera guy is not.
He doesn't have a heartbeat though, so he doesn't count.
He does not. And I'm actually
Just gonna mutter and comment to Galliard. How many of them can you hear?
I can only hear 9 heartbeats. If that's what you're asking.
In common, I'm going to say, do we really need to explore here? He seems pretty adamant that we shouldn't do that.
He also seems adamant in not helping us, and what we need is apparently in here.
Wait, Josh, what's my ability? Am I able to pinpoint like the amount to a person, or just the amount in total of currency wise?
I am going to. I was originally going to do it as like any in a specific area, but I think I'm going to actually say you can choose a person and figure out how much they have on them, or like a safe. You can choose one location and figure out how much. Excuse me, how much there is.
Can I see if the person has any currency on them?
Not even a copper. Nothing. There is no currency whatsoever.
This man's reminding me of, I can't remember what it is, I've heard it before, where it's the Japanese thing. You told me the story before where they continue to do the fighting and don't realize it's over.
Yep, happened during World War II. There was a guy he thought all of the flyers being sent by the Japanese saying that the war was over was American propaganda. And so they kept fighting for a long time.
Yep. I've heard about that. Read about it.
Question. I'm assuming that in those 2 weeks of downtime, we heard some stuff about this war that's apparently went on.
Yeah.
What all do we know about it? Like, as a quick recap, could Galliard say like, "Hey, there was a recent war and the Elven Empire lost"?
And again, because there have been many wars, you're referring to the one that was most recent while you guys were time traveling.
Yes.
Okay. So what you would know of this is that after the Orion went down, a lot of people died from many different nations. The blame was put on the elves because people spotted, and it was the only thing people had to go off of. Tensions were already really high, as they always are, and so it sparked a war. When that happened, the Empress and the Emperor of the Elven Empire were attacked, and that ended up being kind of the end of it. That was like the last thing, and the Elven Empire surrendered. They were winning militarily. They were not losing. The Elven Empire has better technology, has better weapons, are more arcanely advanced generally. Even if they don't have a city like Kingsport, a city of progress, they don't need it. So they were winning. However, after the assassination attempt, they surrendered because they didn't want to risk their leadership.
I'm not going to say that they're almost winning instead. We're going to forget that happened.
Okay. They don't know.
Yeah.
So they are going to, in this moment, They are going to step away from Kingsley and Drossin, and they're going to step back toward the door they came through. The door behind you is still open. They're going to stand in the doorway of the door they came through and basically just lean on the doorframe. Weapon still in hand, staff still in hand, just kind of leaning on the doorframe. And just wait.
Can I approach?
Sure.
How close would you like to get? Just for sake of description, more than anything.
It's Zernus. 10 feet?
Okay, you get within 10 feet. The rest of the group, do you stay back as Zernus does this? Or does anyone else approach?
I'd be right behind them.
Okay.
Ready for anything.
I suppose I'd probably be a bit more forward, unless because I don't think I've stepped back since I was pulled a bit more forward.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying about what
going up with.
Okay.
This is not at all what I intended, but this looks very intimidating.
Yeah.
I'm going to approach the door on
Slowly.
the right. You said there's a door on the right and the left of the hallway?
Door on right and left, they're about midway down the hallway. So right now, probably about 15 feet from the doorway he's standing at. Or they're standing at, sorry.
I'm just going to approach those doors
Okay.
and just put a hand on it.
It is cold metal and does not react to your touch. Zernus, you approach and just kind of keeps an eye on you but doesn't say anything.
The Empire still stands. However, they lost a war.
We have lost many wars. Over the millennia our empire has stood. But in the end, we always conquer. Even if we lose one skirmish, 2 skirmishes, a whole war, we win in the end. It is inevitable.
Can I do something? I just want to
Please.
see what his reaction is. Using cantrip light, I'm going to... So on my hand itself, I'm going to start making it seem like I'm casting something on the door. So I'm just going to start muttering words. Not loudly, but quietly, and I'm going to make it seem like I'm casting something, but really it's just the cantrip light on my hand.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a deception check.
Not proficient, so it's just charisma +1, 17.
17. Okay. Maldet, you, as well as those who are a little closer, definitely see, kind of looks over those of you that are standing there, kind of whatever Maldet's doing, and seems to believe that Maldet is doing something, notices it's in front of the door, and then just kind of relaxes again. Doesn't seem to care. Believes it's happening. Definitely believes you're doing something. Doesn't seem to care.
I'm gonna try something.
Okay.
I'm going to remove my helmet. I've had it on all this time.
Mhm.
Show me as elf.
Mhm.
And I would like to we're both elves here. Surely there is some leeway with perhaps not them. I'm going to persuade you, bitch.
Go ahead and roll persuasion. I'm gonna say with disadvantage, because you had lied earlier about being from the Elven Empire, and they did not believe you.
Where's my channel divinity?
Channel divinity.
Do you have something that'll allow you to?
I have my channel divinity lets me add a +5 to whatever persuasion check.
Oh, that's fun.
Damn it. Okay, that's a nat 20. I mean, hey, that's a 19, so that's 24.
24. Our kinship does hold some sway, and I could consider letting you through. However, I could not let the others through.
Can I, while he's saying that, can I speak in common and recite what he's saying
Yes.
so everyone can hear?
Everyone is aware of what has just been said.
I will look back over, and it's like Zerness's face is like, say something or I'm gonna continue this conversation.
Are you sure that not even one more of us could join?
What harm could we possibly do here?
Looks toward Drossen when you say that, and looks back toward Zerness. Is that one your squire? Looking toward Drossen.
Now, can someone refresh me what a squire does and is?
A squire is basically someone who, if you are a knight, they train with you, they polish your armor, they carry your stuff with you. And something you would all know, just from stuff that you had heard from Joseph Stone and other people, is when the elves came through, they brought a lot of other races with them. One of those races were, or they brought some, not all of the ones that came here, but some satyrs. And so there was a lot of satyrs worked with elves a lot of the time. So kind of making that connection, that would be why this person is asking that.
He just mutters in comment, forgive me, Drossen. In Sylvan. Yes, he is. He polishes my armor regularly.
I suppose another could not hurt. Another would be fine. Maldet, would you like to do that? I just saw your message.
I'm debating it. I genuinely am, but I want to see if they're able to get through. I'll let them get through. Once they're behind them, then I'll cast it.
Okay.
I will bonk heavily with shield.
You're not near me.
Counterspell.
Counterspell.
No, not you, the guy.
You want to bonk the guy with the shield? Do you want to?
If hold person succeeds, I will do the bonking.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna do it just yet. I want to see if Zerness and Drasan are allowed passage once they're 5-10 feet behind, and if the elven figure is just gonna stand there, then I'll cast it. But I'm gonna explain what all goes in, what all happens, just for flavoring.
Okay, that works. Well, here's what happens. They take a step to the side, just enough that Zerness and Drossen could get past, and say, "You are allowed past. The others must stay, and you must be quick and find what you need."
I'm gonna put my hand behind Drossen and just, let's go.
Be safe. Take care.
I really will look at Maldet, and he'll say, I have an idea. And he's gonna step forward. Just a little halfling who's minding his own business before, but he's here now. He's gonna say in Elvish, "Do you understand me? Is this too foreign for you?"
Supper.
I understand thee just fine, but I do not speak to you.
Are they
I
passed?
asked-
Have they passed?
You
Okay.
guys are in the next room, which, real quick, before we continue, I do want to describe what the two of you see in this next room, because now we are getting into the actual, for lack of a better term, dungeon of it. The first dungeon in Dungeons and Dragons. So exciting. So
no.
We had a dragon too.
this is room.
We've got them both.
Okay.
Okay, guys, we beat the game.
Yes, you beat the game. Okay. So, on the, I'm going to refer to everything in cardinal directions. So, entering in, you are entering in from the south. It is this door is a metal door, but it is open currently. It does not close behind you. On the west wall, there is a wooden door, as is on the north. So north and west, a wooden door, and there is a secondary opening on the west wall that is just an archway, no door at all. And there are numerous humanoid skulls throughout the room. These do not turn to dust, but there are just many, many, many skulls throughout the room. Something else you notice is that there appear to be weapons in various stages of decay. Almost as if they have... It doesn't look like they've been broken or rusted, even. It just looks like part of them have disintegrated or melted off. And that is what you see in the first room. Meldet, what do you want to do?
Are Zernus and Drasan still visible?
They are currently still visible. They've just kind of like gotten into the room a few steps in.
What is Aurelie? If Aurelie's gonna continue talking, I'm gonna let him continue talking.
Okay.
Based on how he phrased that, I'm going to assume that he doesn't want to talk to me. So he's just going to say, "Well, then may I ask your permission to talk to you?"
Speak.
Now, I know you have your own reasons for keeping the things the way that you do. But as you've said before, you have an oath to uphold. You've already broken the oath by letting them in. What's the harm in letting us ensure that we all go in at the same time so no one dies and no one's harmed? And then all come out and no one gets hurt. I'm going to cast suggestion.
Suggestion. Ooh. What is the save on that?
It is a wisdom save.
Okay, let me grab something here. And is there anything on suggestion that if like they succeed or fail, they know you've cast it?
Let me double check. I mean, he would know that I casted something regardless.
Yeah, it's more so just if they would know specifically. I'm checking it real quick. I have rolled for them already. I'm just checking this real quick.
Is radioactive purple rat baby?
You kind of don't have to. It says creatures that can't be charmed are immune to this effect.
That's a good point.
Yes.
Elf
Which
number.
actually I don't. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think. Yeah.
It's about to fail.
Yeah. So you go to cast it and you use those words as the verbal, and you move your hands, and there's a little bit of arcane energy that flickers through, and
I mean,
they notice you
elves-
cast something and immediately get tense, and look at you and say, "Back away."
Is it just disadvantage or is it immunity too?
So it is
they have
disadvantage normally,
advantage.
or it's advantage normally. However, this
well,
specific creature is immune to the charmed condition. They do not
Yeah, 'cause-
roll.
Oh, I can't roll to seduce. Damn it.
Yeah. Normally elves are advantage on it, but this one specifically, this variety, if you will, is immune.
I
Okay.
had no idea about that. I just know elves have charmed things, so I thought to mention it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Jocelyn, let's quickly look because I'm very on edge.
I do
I
have a
have-
sheet.
I'm gonna
I
fire
do
I don't
have
know
a
what's
character
happening.
sheet.
I'm like, I'm here.
I do have that. Cool. Mm,
So it
Finger
does
roll.
not quite take hold, Aurelian. They just basically say, while your offer is sound, I do not appreciate trickery of any kind. And
You know what?
basically tell
What are you
You're
talking
right.
about? I'm gonna look at my gauntlet and look down at him. I'm confused.
just kind of shakes their head and just
I think
looks over their shoulder back toward Zernus and Drasen. Be safe and watch out for traps. There are not many, but there are some. You will see them before you cross them.
I'm putting my helmet buckle.
Okay.
Actually, can I put it on Drasen? Would it fit on you?
It's big.
Probably not.
It's big.
You've got horns, haven't you?
I have horns.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. As much as I just want clonk on your head, I'll just put it back on myself.
yeah, I'm gonna do it, but
Whole
I'm not
person?
gonna just. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is so I have light on my hand, right?
Mhm.
So what I want to make it, I don't know how specifics of it are gonna work. Let's see. Does it have any? What are the components on it? Verbal. Okay. So yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull out a piece of iron, hold it in my hand, and the light transfers from my hand to that piece of iron. And I say, it wouldn't be much harm in letting us through. Only thing that would harm would be your reputation, which, if I'm gonna be honest, nobody else would know but you. And as I say that, I throw the piece of iron across, and just before it reaches the elvish figure, it disintegrates. And hold person is cast.
Okay. That is I believe a wisdom. Yeah, wisdom save. Okay. Let's try it. Let me use a different dice because I've been rolling that one and it's been rolling okay. We roll this
I'm
one.
scared.
That is a natural 19 on the dice. What is what is your spell save DC? I mean, I think the highest it could be would be 19.
It.
Yeah.
It beats it.
So you do this, you say that. I'm gonna have them roll something because you said that there is a motion that goes into it. They could potentially recognize the spell. So I'm gonna have them do a roll and see if they do. That is a total 27 with a natural 20 on Arcana. So as you do so, they wave their hand and shut the door behind you. And I need everyone to roll initiative.
Man, you could have just let us through.
Well, guys,
Did he
been a
shut the
great
door
campaign.
behind us?
He did not shut that door. He just shut the door to the outside. Which, it's funny.
So we have to roll initiative.
I'm gonna have you guys roll initiative. If you guys do not, if you decide to not come back and fight, that's fine. If you want to continue, but I just want to have a spot in initiative.
It's so lost.
Well, shit.
I will say this. I will say this. As the door to the outside was closing, because Joseph Stone was still outside with his shotgun, and that Maldet gave him. So like as the door is closing, you see him get to the door and go, "Hey, what's going?" And then the door closes in his face, and he's like, "Oh."
Oh no! Don't worry,
Oh
Snap
shit,
will be
right, I
with
gave
him.
that to him. Fuck. Okay.
Yep.
I forgot I gave that to him.
Uh-huh.
Me and
What
me
is my
and you,
power? I don't
Kellier.
anymore.
Mage gang.
Oh,
Mage gang.
Or Shadow Wizard Money
fine.
Gang. There we go.
All fine.
It's fine.
Hey, look, Ryan, I wasn't being aggressive. I'm leaving, however.
So, There is
don't
a
wanna
specific
fight.
way that I want to do this because the numbers there I like, but brain do not brain. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the classic thing of I'm gonna say, you know, basically you'll see. So I'll wait till
Yeah.
everyone's got their numbers posted, and then we'll go from here. This is great. Okay, so 25 to 20. And then just say, if you have like somewhere between those numbers, say, you know, me, I got this.
I got it.
You got
Me
it? You
too.
got 24.
24.
Well, that. And how much was it for Zernus?
24.
Oh my god.
There's
Okay.
like 420. There's 324.
Oh my god. Wait, I'm looking. There is. Jesus. Okay. So
If we're going off of decks,
What's happening?
or do y'all want to roll these or what?
I will allow you to just choose, to be honest. I'll allow you if you guys have a specific order you want to go in. Or you can
I
go
know
off
I
decks.
might be the tankiest. I have the highest armor class. However, I'm dipping.
Okay.
I'm gonna go find the knowledge before we get murdered.
Okay, so I'll put
I
you.
literally was in the bathroom.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Hi.
Oh yeah, we're about to die.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
fighting the
Okay,
guy
thank
now.
you.
Yeah.
We're not
A radioactive
gonna
purple
die.
rat baby. By the way, he is like this way here on my armor.
Okay.
So we also have the rat. Okay.
Yeah. And then in that case, so Zernus, you're dipping. So I'm actually, what I'll do is I'm going to put you up first because then you'll be at the top of the round and basically moving. So we'll start the round off with you moving somewhere because there are differing rooms. So then Maldet, Wick, do you want to go before or after Maldet? Do you guys have a preference?
Not really. I
No.
don't.
Then I'll just put Wick after, I guess. Because yeah, you guys all rolled 24, which is hilarious. Okay.
+5 to initiative.
And actually,
+4.
so
I
Aurelie,
got a
nat 20, do you have any plus to that?
+4.
Oh, that's a 7. With the dice roll. And guidance.
You
Oh,
can use
okay.
guidance on.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, technically you can. Okay.
Wait,
sure.
what? That's a thing?
I mean, it adds to ability checks, and initiative is technically an ability check. That's
I
why.
did not know that.
Yeah, that's why bards,
Yeah.
they're jack of all trades. They can add half their proficiency bonus to ability checks that don't have proficiency. That includes initiative. It's
It
awesome.
does.
Okay.
If
So
that's
anyway,
the case. Guide. No, kidding.
I'm gonna put that. I'm just gonna type it out because it's quicker. Radioactive purple rat. I'm just gonna abbreviate that. There we go. And then, so
We're gonna die.
Galliard, what was your total? Is the total 13? Or is it 6? Because it says plus 13 dex.
Did I put +13? No, where did I put it? What? Oh, I did not mean to put that there. Sorry.
You're good?
There's a random stray 1 there.
Oh, okay. So in that case, is it 9
Yeah,
totals?
totally.
You rolled a 6 and then +3, or is it 6
No,
total?
no, six total. I saw that there
Okay.
was another 6 there. Put the +3 to
Yeah.
determine.
Got it.
That.
Okay. So then in that
I have
case,
+2 decks, but I was going to let Galliard go first anyway.
Okay.
Oh.
Then we'll go there and then I have to roll for them.
Richard.
And Richard, yeah. I'll roll for them first since I got it
What the
in
heck,
front of me.
Richard?
Okay, so that's going to be before them. And I'll actually just put what they are
I'm
actually
nervous.
called. They are called the Entropic Elven Mage.
Oh.
Is their official name.
You're great. Y'all be fine.
Mage fight!
What are you?
I don't care how big the room is. Fireball.
It's very small. The room is very small.
Someone's
Richard,
gonna
gotta
die.
have
I can
movie.
feel it in my soul.
Which would be really good if I was in front and there was lots of enemies in front of me.
How many?
Lightning bolt.
I can't wait for
How many
someone
are we
Finish with my
facing?
USA
cast
missile.
Fireball. It'd be amazing.
Yeah. So up
Ready?
first is Zernus. You wanted to just start moving inward, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So you are looking for the knowledge. You have, as a reminder, a couple different ways you can go. On the west, there is a wooden door, and then next to that is an archway, or on a different section of the west wall is an archway, and then there is a wooden door to the north.
And there's nothing to the south.
The south is where you entered, and there's nothing to the east. It's a solid wall.
Oh, okay, yeah. Just gonna glance back, curse, look at Drawson. You want to come with, or you want to help your boyfriend?
I don't know.
Well, while they're doing that, I'm going the archway.
Okay.
Okay. Archway it is. So there's no door or anything here. It is simply archway. And as you make your way down, basically what we'll do, because this is a relatively big place, we are just going to go room to room to room. So each of your turns, you get to move on to another room or do something in said room. This isn't necessarily going to take an action, bonus action, or movement of any kind. This is simply just you moving. Most of the rooms are small enough you can cross it into the next with your normal movement or dashing. So that's why we're not going to worry so
I
much
can
about
dash to clear more rooms quickly.
Yeah. I would say... Here's what I will say. I'm actually going to amend what I said. It will take you dashing to get to another room, so that is your action. Unless you want to do something in that room, and then you'll have to wait till your next turn.
As far as I'm aware, I'm looking for information on the library and locations of certain sites and tablets.
Yes. And so, this next room has quite a bit in it, compared to the first one. So, you go through, and this is kind of a winding hallway to get to this next room. There is, on the north side, because you are actually entering through the south. You go through the archway, and then it curves upward, and you're entering through the south of the room.
Yeah.
There is, on the north, there is an archway. There are two doors on the east. Both of them are, well, one of them is a metal door, an iron door. The other one is a wood door. On the south is another wood door. And there are barrels, what look like burlap sacks full of some material you can't quite see that have various different symbols on them. Do you speak Draconic? I don't believe you do.
No.
No, so you can't quite read what's on it, but you get the idea. It's something you can kind of like recognize it as Draconic. You probably would have seen Draconic before, but you can't read what it says. Those are all on the south wall. And if you could roll me a quick investigation check.
Do I have a +2 investigation? I have 3. That's a 17.
17. You do see that near the middle of the room, not necessarily like anywhere specific, but near the middle of the room, there is a rune on the floor. Specifically what it does, you can't quite tell, but there is some form of rune on the ground.
Oh, that's bad.
And it looks like it does give you the trap kind of vibe. Just what it is specifically, hard to tell.
Just shuffle along the sacks and all that, maybe glance down, have a look at it, what's in the sacks maybe, and go to the metal door.
Okay, so then that will be your next turn is heading through there. Just remember metal door, because I'll have to ask you again once we get there. I will tell you the sacks seem to just be filled with sand. They are sandbags.
I'm gonna eat it.
Okay. Maldet. So Maldet, it's over to you. They are battle ready, and they are no longer leaning casually on the door.
What weapon do they have?
They have what appears to be a very jagged-looking longsword. One side almost kind of serrated, the other side very well sharpened. The other item in their other hand is a staff.
Give me a second.
Okay.
Seeing this ability, what are the specifics on it? So many abilities, you can never keep track of them all, huh?
I know. That's what I thought when I was making this guy.
Oh no.
Oh gosh.
Works out in my
Really?
favor anyway.
I will say, for any of you that are interested about some of these abilities later, obviously don't look now. The book Crown of the Oathbreaker is where I got some of these, which, if you're familiar with any of the stuff out of there, it's wild. It's not official content. It's the entropy, no, the something entropy subclass for sorcerer.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But anyway, Maldet,
he will
yes, what
never
would you
be
like
a
to do?
real mage.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is,
Basically time sorcerer.
let's see, that does that, that does that. All right, I'm gonna run up to them, warhammer in hand, and go for an attack, I guess.
Perfect. Go ahead and roll to hit. And to answer the question, radioactive purple red baby, yes, we have rested since your last battle. It's been like a week since then.
And you have access to all of the spells now. You don't just have the 2.
Yeah.
Except you're with Zarnus.
Correct.
You're getting stolen.
You're being stolen. Oh, I should put on some sounds.
So, using a channel divinity. Or you know what? No, I'm not going to use it just yet. Does a 17 hit?
17. And this is with your warhammer, correct?
Yes.
It would, but they're going to use their reaction, twisting the staff in front and parrying it out of the way. They are using the parry reaction.
I'm going to attack again.
Okay.
Ooh, better. 19.
19. That will hit, yes. And they cannot parry again. They have used their reaction.
Yes, which is amazing. D10. Where is it? There it is. What is it? 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, let me actually, I need to make sure to write this down. Let me grab a pencil. And this. And I am actually so sorry. I did forget one thing from the beginning of your turn. Because you started your turn with, you were within 20 feet of them once the battle began. So you are going to take 4 points of damage as you start to feel, and this is actually I didn't write that down. We'll say this is, that's a weird one. I'm going to say necrotic because it doesn't specify, it just says damage. So I'll say necrotic. As you feel almost your very essence of your body feels like it's slightly losing entropy. Is that the right word? Terminology, I suppose.
I take full damage, but like outwardly doesn't seem to affect him a lot.
Okay. So there we go. I got the damage written down. Okay. Anything else you would like to do?
Let's see. Attack. Nope, nothing else I can do.
Okay.
Extra attack is a bonus action, so no.
Got it. In that case, Wick, it is over to you. I'd say this person, just so you know, is at this point 30 feet from you.
That ruled out what my possible thing was for a bonus action. But I would like to use my pistol because I like my pistol. I am the U.S. of A. I represent.
Okay. And you're doing this from 30 feet away?
Yes, I
Then
am.
this, so here's, I will need you to make that with disadvantage, as the thing that seems to have hurt Maldet, that you barely notice because Maldet's that great, it does seem you can see a shimmering aura around them, which is causing some sort of thing in that area. So because you are 30 feet away, I will need disadvantage.
We'll do. So I'm just gonna take the 10 because the second roll was a 27, so that disadvantage. I'll take the 10.
Okay, 10 is the total.
A disadvantage. Yes, 10 is the total.
Okay.
I'm assuming that doesn't hit.
It doesn't hit, and it's not even that your aim is not good. Your aim is great, and that should have hit.
Mm-hmm.
But you watch as it enters the area, the bullet slows and disintegrates in the air.
Okay, so I interfered. Damn it. I can't get close.
You can get closer, yeah.
I think I can. I have Expeditious Retreat as a bonus action, but I don't think that's needed right now.
It's up to you.
I'll end my turn for now.
End your turn?
It's okay.
Okay. So then, Aurelie, it is over to you. You would be, because you were pretty close to him. You were talking to him. Would you say, I would let you decide, would you say you would have been around 10 feet?
I would have been closer, because I wanted
Closer?
to try to be, yeah, so
5 feet?
I'm
Then-
fine with being within range, yeah.
Okay, then immediately, start of your turn, you take 2 points of necrotic damage from this aura. As, again, you feel this strange pulling. It's like every part of you is being torn apart at a molecular level.
Not a problem.
Okay, your turn.
So I have a funny question.
Yes.
I occupy other creature spaces, and on my turn, like one of my halfling creatures.
Mhm.
If I cast Eldritch Blast with Repelling Blast directly under them, does it shoot them upwards?
Huh. Sure. Sure. I'll say, though, it will be at half the distance if you try to do that. And which doesn't really matter right now because the ceiling's pretty low. But, like, for future reference, what is the distance it pushes them back?
10 feet
So
per beam.
It'd be 5 instead of, it'd be half shooting up.
Okay, that's fine.
Which will matter more later than now, but still.
Still enough to knock him prone. That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
First one is an 18 to hit.
18 to hit. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it.
Second one is a 16 to hit.
That will hit, yes.
Okay, so he's knocked up 10 feet, and he's going to take... I'm just going to roll it all at once.
Yeah, I mean, he goes up like 2 feet because then he hits his head on the ceiling, like, hard. So I'm going to actually add some bludgeoning damage to that. Whatever it ends up being.
22 force damage.
22 force, and then 4 bludgeoning. So let me write that down. Okay. And so you rush into the space, shoot upward with your Eldritch Blast, and just knock them off their feet and slam into the ceiling, which they then fall to the ground prone.
Does he fall on top of me? Did I screw myself?
Roll a dex save.
Okay.
Well, the thing is, I'm right next, like in front, next to them. So how would that work?
That doesn't. Nothing really hits you necessarily, and Aurelie still has to try to get out of the way. Because they're falling prone in their space. It just so happens that Aurelie is occupying said space.
Gotcha. Oh, right, I have this. Sweet, let's do it.
Unnatural 20.
Unnatural 20, you're fine. You were kind of planning this and knew that they might fall on you, and so you just kind of like shoot up, duck out of the way, and move. You will move out of their space doing so. Do you want to move back toward like where you were in that hall, or do you want to move into the room in the direction that Drasan is?
I'm gonna move directly behind Maldet.
Okay.
But like on the other side of him, so that way Maldet is in between me and the guy.
Got it. That works. Anything else you would like to do?
Has anybody been hit yet? Is anybody hurt from earlier?
I don't think anything's happened that anyone could have been damaged by yet. Oh, the aura.
I mean, just
so
before.
just you guys.
Just that? Okay. Then yeah, I will leave it at that.
Okay.
That'll be my turn.
Kingsley, it's over to you, which you are close enough. Nothing has really happened, Galliard, except Aurelie shot him into the ceiling by using Eldritch Blast, the repel, got up under him and shot him up into the ceiling, which he fell and is currently prone. For things you have to do, remember that. Kingsley, you are going to take some damage at the beginning of your turn. You are going to take low roll, only 2 damage. Necrotic, as again in the aura, your soul being ripped apart, or your body, soul, everything being ripped apart. Is your turn. What do you do?
What is that? Okay. Not useful. What about you? Where is it? Where is it? Is this it? I think this is it.
Yeah?
It is. Fuck yeah. Okay. Bonus action, Searing Smite.
Okay. So you get the Searing Smite, your weapon, your lance, glowing with this red, hot energy.
What do you do? Just one you. What does my lance do? Let's see. You. And of course, with my lance, I'm going to get within 10 feet because I can do that. And try to hit him.
You're basically already there, so you just like take a step forward and jab. So go ahead. And is the Searing Smite just straight damage, or is there anything they have to do?
I believe you also have advantage on a prone creature with melee attacks.
That would be correct. Within 5 feet, which you're not.
Oh.
You have a lance.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, lance reach.
It's still 22 to hit.
22 does hit.
As for your question...
Yeah, basically just what does Searing Smite do?
I'm reading. One sec. Attack deals an extra 1d6 fire damage to the target and causes the target to ignite in flames at the start of each of its turns until the spell ends, which is concentration up to 1 minute. The target must make a con saving throw. On a failed save, it takes another d6 fire damage. On a success, the spell ends.
Cool. Okay. So then just make sure to remind me about that damage. That way I don't forget.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have you roll it as well. So you can basically just be like, takes this much.
Okay. So that is... And do you want this separate?
So it's a magical weapon? No, nothing you need to really separate.
Okay. It's 12 total.
12 total? Awesome.
4 of that is fire.
Fire. Okay, cool. And actually, that does remind me of a thing. Again, new person I've made. Maldette, your weapon's a plain weapon, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, good to know. Takes a little less damage than you expect from the strike you made, by the way. Just something to keep in mind.
Noticing that and noticing the effect of Kingsley's, I decide on my next actions.
Okay. And I apologize, Kingsley, how much damage was that again?
It was 12 total. 4 of that was fire. The 8 was piercing.
Okay. So then we're going to go, because I have to subtract that.
And then I'm going to take 5 feet back.
5 feet back, that's just fine. And actually, 10 feet, 15. Okay, cool. So you are by the doors that are not open. Okay, and that's your turn. It's over to the Entropic Elven Mage. They are going to, and this is mostly just for flavor, this isn't really anything that has any bearing on anything. The helmet grows back up from the armor, the vines and wood sort of filling the helmet. All you can see is their mouth, and then the slits where the eyes are, as it grows back over. They are going to they're going to stay where they are, but they are going to cast
Con
sword.
save.
Con save? Oh, for the
Yep.
thing. That's going to be a unnatural 20.
Yeah, basics.
Pretty sure your DC is not that high.
No.
Yeah.
They're casting a spell.
They're casting sword. No.
Oh.
Yeah, because I was thinking about it, but Maldet's right there. They're just going to take a couple sword strikes on you. Or do they want to do that because they
Fight
could
me.
do that? No. They're going to try
Right
something.
here.
They're going to try something a little different. They're not actually going to do that. They're going to cast Hypnotic Pattern. Which
That's getting counterspelled.
Counterspelled. They're going to counterspell your counterspell.
Oh!
I counterspell their counter. No, I'm kidding. I don't have counterspell.
do you want to counterspell battle this? Do you want to throw it back?
Listen, counterspell line this entire area.
Okay, let me actually mark off the spell slot for that though. So you go to count. You watch as they, out of their pocket, just toss a bunch of shiny. You don't even really. It's like glitter almost. It's like little shiny rocks, not gems, but just like shiny rocks. Just throw them up out of their pocket, and as they flash in the air, I need everybody who can, I believe it's everyone who can see it. Let me check. Oh, and then you go and like try to counterspell. You like send out this, we'll say this bluish green energy in its direction to try to disrupt it, and they just flick their hand in your direction, and just knock your counterspell. Now I do need to check because I forget what the save on this is for you guys. Twisting pattern of colors, 30-foot cube within range, so they're going to get everyone but Drossen and of course Zernus because Zernus isn't there. Yeah, because even Wick's on the edge of that. Jeez. So all of you need to make a wisdom saving throw.
It is a charming thing if anyone has stuff for that.
Correct. It is a form of charm.
What was it?
All of you need to make a wisdom save, and if you could just put it in dice rolls so that I can look over them. I will say, what is their DC?
Tieflings don't have anything for that, do they?
I don't believe so.
I'm gonna rest my soul in peace. We're dead.
Okay. That's a fail.
Bon voyage.
That's a fail. Okay.
Give me one moment. I'm looking to see if I have anything at all for this.
Man, I'm glad I dumped everything into wisdom save for me.
Uh-huh.
Oh, God, I don't have anything for this, do I?
Imagine not being an elf and having an advantage against being charmed.
Shut your face.
Imagine not being pussy.
Imagine not being.
Imagine not being a gnome or a satyr.
Imagine simply not being.
Which this entropic mage is about to be.
Well, not be.
Imagine not imagining.
To be or not to be?
Okay.
That is the question.
Shakespeare?
Dooby-dooby-doo.
What just happened?
See, but is it capital B or lowercase b?
It's just B, as in Barry B. Benson, bitch.
I was gonna say, wait, there's a B?
Uh-huh. So, Maldet and Aurelie, you succeed. Galliard, Wick, and Kingsley, as you see these rocks glitter in the air and sparkle with light, you find your gaze drawn into them, and you just feel yourself dropping and dropping and dropping deeper into a trance. And, thank you for correcting it from a +5 to a +4, Kingsley. And you feel yourself dropping into this trance, and you are incapacitated. Your speed is 0. You're not 0 health. You're not down, but like you are just in this trance, staring at these things as they float in the air. That is their action.
I feel like I'm in the Trolls movie with the hustle button.
Yeah.
It's so specific, it scares me.
So there's that. I'm trying to think, is there anything else good that I could do here? These are not in order by spell level either, which is really frustrating. So that's concentration 2. Sorry, I'm looking at other stuff I could do.
Fuck, what do I do?
Can I do that? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Um, they don't really have any good bonus actions, but I suppose a spell that has a casting time of 1 action. I'm gonna say that's just what they're gonna do. They're gonna end their turn there, but they are going to, and they're gonna stay where they are. Actually, just making sure they are still positioned in that doorway, which is where they were before.
That's an interesting combo with the fact that they're immune to being charmed, because they can put that on themselves.
Yep. That's great. So, that's their turn, so now it is over to Radioactive Purple Rat Baby. You are currently with Xernus. However, you can, since this is all happening at the same time, you can have
did you roll for
to
Richard?
I
For the
did.
hypnotic pattern? Okay.
Oh, not for the hypnotic pattern, you're right. He is also just absolutely entranced by these shiny rocks. Literally shapes and colors, and then he just is focused on it, like locked in. But I will say, Radioactive Purple Rat Baby, you are with Xernus, but you can choose to have stayed if you so wish, and then you can still be at the door. Or you can go with Xernus.
I think I probably would have stayed with Xernus.
Okay.
Just how far are we?
You are... Hold on.
Probably 60 feet.
I can't imagine having a 23 armor class because you're hiding in my armor. I'm sure your friends would definitely appreciate your body.
I think you're probably 60 feet away from me because Xernus was by me and he took the move and a dash.
So here's the tricky thing, is you are technically about 90 feet. Because again, we are not specifically counting every inch you're going, because you are rushing, you are using a sort of, you are just going room to room on each turn, because if we used your movement on each turn, you would get literally nowhere. I'm gonna be real with you. So I'm going with the idea that you are doing nothing but moving forward, using every bit. An actual thing that I used to use in some of my other games known as sprinting, where you can move a total of 5 times your movement if need be, but you can do nothing else on that turn. So that is essentially what you are doing, unless you say something different. You're really, realistically, only probably about 60 feet away from Drawson. It's just because of the winding hallways, it's a little more than that. So, yeah, that's... You would not be able to get back easily to the group. That's why I was giving you that option of leaving from the beginning or not.
Wait, so how far are we from the I can't believe I already forgot his name. The bad...
The mage.
Entropic Elven Mage.
Yeah, just call him the mage. Yeah, it's fine.
The mage.
Yeah, the guy. You're probably, if you're taking the hallway, you are... Actually, hold on. I need to check a thing because I might have just realized a funny thing. So you wanted to go to the iron door. Okay. I'm going to give you a little bit of information because I think you're smart enough to realize this. And Xernus, you too. The iron door is on the... which wall was that? The east wall. The wooden door that's on the east wall, you're fairly certain, leads back to that first room you first came in. So you could actually, if you go through that door, if it's unlocked, could get there in, like, a turn. That's if it's unlocked.
Get back to where our buddies are?
Get back to where your buddies are, yeah. Or at least get to the doorway in which you were let through by the mage. It's just if that wooden door is unlocked is the big question, which you don't know.
Well, I mean, you're a rat.
You could try to get squeezed through, because it's not like flush to the floor, so you probably could squeeze under.
I'd like to do that.
You want to? Okay. In that case, I'm gonna just have you give me a... No, honestly, it's an old place, falling apart. Yeah, you could probably, even if it's like a little too close to the ground, you just kind of like squeeze through and the wood just kind of snaps. It's not like a super heavy duty door. And so you are able to get back. You're able to get, what is your movement speed?
My movement is my speed is 25.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was asking. You can get next to where Drawson would be. So, like, right behind the guy.
Okay. And that's just my movement. That's not an action.
Yeah, that's just your movement.
Okay, I have a pretty crazy idea.
Okay.
I'm thinking about... I also have a hypnotic pattern. What if I just steal the people who are charmed so they can attack? Or at least...
So wait, what do you want to do?
I don't know if that's a good idea.
No, but what was it? So I can, like, visualize how this would work. What did you say you wanted to do?
Cast hypnotic pattern on the people who the mage casts hypnotic pattern on.
So what
so that
would
can't have those people.
Let me ask, would you like to do that? I'll tell you what would happen if you do it, but, like, I'm not going to tell you whether or not you should or should not.
Oh gosh.
This is up to you.
I'm not fully aware of what being charmed does.
So, being charmed can mean a lot of different things. In this specific scenario, and I will tell you this for this spell, this is not a charm in which you basically tell someone to do something and they do it. This is a charm where they can do nothing but stand there and stare at the shiny floating rocks. So if you were to also cast it, they would simply be standing staring at two sets of shiny glowing rocks.
Okay, I'll leave them be.
Leave them enjoying their rocks. You also, there is the risk in that case that you hypnotize the ones that are not
the people
already
have
hypnotized.
not. Yeah.
Which would be incredibly funny.
But not very good for us.
No.
Looking through my cards. Good. I'm. I could do. Wait, has someone? Sorry. I could try hold person if he's not already. I don't remember if
he's not held.
Not held. So if you do want to try to cast hold person, you can.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Do you have, like, the spell in front of you currently?
Yes.
What is the save they have to make?
It is.
Because I already forgot.
Wisdom.
Melda just had me do it. Wisdom save? Okay. What is their wisdom? I don't know that it's great. So that is a total 15. What is your spell save DC?
That is 15.
15? So they met it. So they beat it. Meets it, beats it. So you cast the spell, and you contemplate hypnotizing your friends and go, no, that wouldn't be a good idea. And then you cast hold person on the mage, and you watch their bodies start to lock up a little bit. But just kind of like what happened with Mel, they just stop and turn and look directly at you.
For the next 2 turns, shapes and colors.
Yeah.
Shapes and colors. Yeah.
And I believe.
Because that's. Oh, actually, hold on.
They can make a save at the end of their turn.
Yeah, at the end of their turn, they get a save.
Correct. Yeah. So you're talking hypnotic pattern. So it's for a minute total. So like if concentration isn't broken, and there are a couple other things that can break the charm as well, such as if you take any damage or you have to use your action to shake someone out of it. So that is also a way to do it. Okay, radioactive purple rat baby. I believe you still have a bonus action, Is there anything you want to do with
I
it?
do. Who isn't staring at me chasing colors?
That would be Maldette and Aurelie.
And me.
And
I'm still next to you.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Alright, you're
Oh, we were just saying who wasn't.
you're closest. You're getting bardic inspiration.
Oh, that is a D8?
8.
Great,
Nice.
I'll set that right there.
Nice. Oh. Interesting.
And it is my turn.
Yeah.
Go ahead and
Each creature. Well, actually, hold on. Not your turn quite yet. Well, it might be. Hold on, I'm checking something. Yeah, you literally with hypnotic pattern can't save against that after you're charmed. Wow. Okay, I thought you could. So yeah, no, it is your turn. Never mind.
Oh, okay. Is it a pretty straight line from me to Kingsley?
Yes. It is a pretty straight. Well, not really, actually, because the door is only wide enough for one person, while the hallway therein is wide enough for three. So you would have to push past the mage, who is currently not held, not charmed, or anything, so they would be able to attack you. I will also say... No, that's it. That's it. I was checking something, but no.
Okay.
So that is something to keep in mind. You could push past him, if you'd like.
I shall, and I will go to Kingsley and have my eyes closed while I go to Kingsley.
Okay. I am gonna have you real
it's
quick
a simple
for me.
spell, but quite breakable.
I'm gonna have you roll me either an acrobatics or athletics check to get past him, because you're not actually only getting past. Well, you're mainly just getting past him, and he is, or they are quite set in their spot.
Acrobatics time. It's a different dice because this one didn't work out the first roll of the session. 17.
17 is enough. You push past, however, Kingsley is 10 feet away from them, so they are going to get an attack of opportunity on you to get up to Kingsley. Is there anything fun they can do? No, not really. Okay. They're going to take a swing with their sword. Oh, really? Wow. That's only a 7 to hit, so that'll miss. So you feel
it will miss,
and you hear the whoosh, slice of the sword through the air behind you, but they do miss.
Yeah, when I get to Kingsley, I'm gonna take my action to give him a kiss and snap him out of the hypnotic pattern.
Okay. And Kingsley, you, hypnotized by the lights of these shiny rocks, all of a sudden you see Drawson up next to you give you a peck, and you're just snapped out of it.
And that was my action. And so I guess I don't really have a bonus action, so I'm gonna chill here. I'm going to say my eyes are open now, so I have to make the save.
That's true. So yeah, go ahead and make me that save.
And I get advantage! Hooray!
You do.
Ooh. I'm using my bardic inspiration on it.
I'm gonna say something. You don't have to make the save, because hypnotic pattern, it only has the effect when it is first cast.
Oh, okay.
And technically, the whole like shapes and colors, the rocks, they don't float there; they vanish. But for flavor, I'm saying there. It's mostly.
Oh, so the duration of the charm is the concentration, not the duration of the pattern.
Correct. The pattern actually like there and then vanishes. And for those of you that weren't like charmed by it, you included, you just see rocks floating in the air. They're not like flashing or anything. They're just rocks.
Fair enough.
But yeah, so you actually.
And that is my turn.
Okay. Over to Zernus. So Zernus, you are in front of an iron door. You can choose to go through it, or you can go to one of the others, which I can list off if you'd like. You did see radioactive purple rat baby. Go through one of the wooden doors somewhere, which you guess is back to the original room.
I'm gonna test the iron door and see if it opens.
Okay. And so you grab the handle, you firmly grasp it. It does not just pull open.
Is it a push door?
This does appear to have a handle. It's not like the ones in the previous area. You could try to push it. You could try to pull it. Doing both, it seems like it is a push door, but it does not just come open. It is locked.
Will it take an action to just like idly just like push it, or
You just want to try to push it?
I just want to push it, see if it opens, if it's blocked, if there's anything in there.
Oh no! Like basically, what I'm saying is, you give a push on it. That's like your passive investigation of it, not using an action or anything. It is locked. You can tell.
Okay. How old is the iron door?
It's pretty old. It's got some spots of yeah, I'll say it's got some spots of rust on it, and it's looking worse for wear. I mean, you could try to break it down.
Deduce it's not going to end me up in the room where that lovely party is going on, right?
Correct. This gauging the size of that initial room you were in, and the fact that you know the wooden door leads in there and was on like the far side of the room, like you had the archway on the one wall and then the wood door on the further down the wall, you can kind of gauge that this isn't going to lead you back to there because there was no iron door further down.
There, can I see like where the lock is?
Yeah, and it looks like just your standard like lock keyhole above the handle.
You know what I did to like the sensor outside this place with my sword?
Are you going to try to do that to the keyhole?
I'm gonna do it like where the lock would be.
It's not quite big enough to fit the blade of the sword. It's key sized. It's not quite big enough.
No, I mean like you got the door right. You got like these two pieces of the door. I want to aim my sword in between here.
It's not a double door. It's a single door. So are you trying to do it like between the wall and the thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
just like aim my pen through the door, and like where the lock area, like where the hatch would be.
Roll in just like an attack roll, like you're making an attack roll with your sword. Because I mean, this could work.
You could work. I mean, it's 17.
17. Okay, it's a door. You are able to hit it with that. You're just kind of aiming it up, and you're in the right area. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah. Wait, that's the wrong dice. Oh no, 12 because
12.
it's a 4.
Okay. So you do this, and you do a fair amount of damage to the lock mechanism, but it doesn't break. You actually, so the pen turning into a blade shoots out, and your arm from the impact shoots back, from the recoil of it, like sliding out and hitting, and you do damage to it, but it doesn't break.
Watch me try and break into a freaking toilet.
You do have another attack. Since
I
you
do.
Have you could, if you'd like, just like try to hit it again. And
I'm
if you
gonna
want to
try
add
and hit it
anything,
again.
you can. If you want to add anything to the attack.
I don't have my. No, I don't. I'm just gonna try and hit again.
Okay.
That's a 19.
That'll hit the door.
And 12 damage.
12 damage.
Where? Just let me in. Let me in.
So like it hits again. And are you doing the same thing again, or are you trying to like slam down within the lock? Like what are you trying to do?
Kind of like both. It's
Okay.
like I'm re-aiming it, but like with a bit of downward force.
Okay. So you do so, and you bring it down, and it's not a clean cut. It's real rough, and it hits, and just you hear the just scraping of the metal on metal, but it does break the lock. You get the idea. If this was like a brand new door, that wouldn't have worked. but because it's so old, that second strike is just enough to get it open, and you can enter the second room. Do you wish to do so?
I'm gonna enter. I'm just gonna push the door open and see if I broke into a toilet.
You do not. And so what you see... nope, there we go. Let me grab the thing. Apologies. So that was east over there. Sorry, I've got map and descriptions and all kinds of stuff. Okay. So you enter a room and you see that it is entirely empty. This room has nothing in it whatsoever, but it does have another variety of doors. One on the north, one on the south, which the south, you get the idea, is back to original room. There's the door you just came through. There's a wooden door on the same wall you just came through, and then a wooden door on the east. So things that you don't know where they go. There's one on the north, wooden door on the west wall, and a wooden door on the east. Which one would you more than likely go through next turn?
West.
West? Okay. So the one on the same wall you're currently on, just further up. Okay.
I'm so bad at mazes.
Well, that's why I'm trying to, because I have a map. I'm kind of being like, this is the door. You probably know where it's going because I'm giving you a little bit of information. But this room is entirely empty. There's nothing in here except, cobwebs. It's
breathing in old grandpa.
Yeah, it's Maldette, in that case, it is over to your turn now. What would you like to do?
So first I'm gonna cast, what is it? Spiritual weapon using a bonus action.
Hell yeah.
Immediately it deals 1d8 damage to the creature. Well, I have to make a melee spell attack, so
correct.
15 plus, what do I use? Hold on. Plus, oh my god, open. Plus 6, that's 21.
Yes, that does hit. And this, what form are you making the spiritual weapon look like?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure we've talked about this, but what weapon or what does yeah.
It is a sickle.
That's the form it takes.
Perfect. A large spectral sickle appears and takes a slash down at the mage, who kind of just glances up at it and says something. You get the idea was some kind of curse. And how much damage does it deal?
13 damage.
Okay. And so it comes down, and this mage says Brakta, and then it just slams into it. And yeah. So now, what else?
And then I'll cast Spirit Guardians.
Okay, perfect. Spirit Guardians. What is the... So Spirit Guardians, I believe, again, all off memory. You
a
can
15-foot radius, and I can choose who is affected. Yes.
Perfect. Okay. And that's when they enter the area or when they start their turn?
When you cast a spell, you designate a number of creatures unaffected by it. Affected creature's speed is halved. Now when the creature enters the area for the first time on a turn, or starts its turn there, it must make a wisdom save. On a failed save, creature takes 3d8. On a successful, creature takes half damage.
Okay. Speaking of aura things, I gotta give you your damage as well.
Yes.
You get 3 necrotic.
7 total so far?
Yeah, and then when they start their turn, they will take that damage then, or make the save and then take that.
Yes, and their speed is halved.
And speed is halved. Yep. Cool. So there we go. And that's your turn. Any movement you want to do?
I'm 5 feet from them. There's 3 people to my back, 2 to my front.
And they did use their reaction on Drossen, so they can't use it on you because they don't have one yet.
Yes, that is correct. But I just want to stay in the center with him, so he's in the middle of the 15 feet. So he'd have to waste 15 feet to get out of it.
Perfect. So you stay right up there on them then, so that they can't do that. So there we go. Let me check this here. And actually, yes, there was the concentration check they need to make real quick. Thank you for the reminder. Because they took
forgot.
Damage, which they took. I actually need to write that down. There we go. Okay. So they have to beat a 10. It's a 14. So their concentration is still up on Hypnotic Pattern. Which means, since that is your turn and what you're going to do there, Wick is charmed. Aurelie, it is over to you. We love Hypnotic Pattern. It's my favorite.
It's amazing when it's used against you.
I know. What's up,
Don't forget
Joseph?
damage on the people. Unless it's choosing, because he probably wouldn't choose for them to take damage. If
Correct.
They were trapped.
Spirit Guardians, yeah, that is, you can choose, which is good, because otherwise...
for his thing.
His aura ability.
His aura ability.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. See? Good looking out. Good looking out. Wick. Oh, Wick. That's actually, I think, the highest I've rolled. That's going to be 5 damage to you. Necrotic from being within the aura. To make sure you write that down.
Break the charm? Possibly.
If you can find a way.
Because it's if you take damage.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
It breaks.
Yes. So Wick, actually, the damage is at the start of your turn too. So you would actually get a turn. Never mind. Wick. So you take this necrotic damage. You're being disintegrated slowly, and it snaps you out of the charm. The lights are no longer dancing. You have a turn. What would you like to do?
Oh, alright. I mean, what can I do? Because firebolt.
Firebolt.
This is fire.
And actually, let me check a thing real quick, just so that I. Are you staying where you are, or do you want to move closer? Because again, you've seen a ranged attack. It was a weapon. It was a firearm, but you did see that it disintegrated from that distance. Do you want to move closer?
Would like to move closer.
How close do you want to get? You're 30 feet currently.
I get like 20 feet? Is that
You want to
possible?
get to 20 feet? Okay, so you move up to 20 feet. Go ahead and make your attack roll. This is not at disadvantage. 20 feet seems to be the distance you can be without disadvantage on ranged attacks.
That was an 11 for a firebolt, so
11.
Ain't hitting shit for some reason.
This one, you're close enough. You know you're close enough. It almost hits. It gets like a hair's distance away from their chest, and then it just fizzles out. It's frustrating. You watch one of the leaves like burn and curl.
Looks like internally, you plant fucker. Ah! She's just. I will in return, as my bonus action does not reach the limit for what it needs to be. I will save that.
Okay. Checking a thing here. That's that. Okay, and I apologize. You said that was your turn.
Yes, that was the end of my turn.
Perfect. Aurelie, it is now over to you. You are going to take damage. It's going to be 3. A whole whopping 3.
All right.
And actually, I'm going to amend something in post here, because I should have done this before. Everyone who is currently charmed is not. because when we skipped over to Drossen's turn before, when they ran over and uncharmed Kingsley, those of you we skipped over should have taken the aura damage. I'm not going to have you take the damage because I'm not going to roll it in post, but you are not charmed because you are in the aura and should have taken the damage. So Galliard, Richard, I think that's all who is still charmed, is no longer. So that was something I didn't even think about until just now. So there you go.
It was effective for one turn.
It was effective, and then damage caused it to not be. But that's okay. So now, Aurelia, it is your turn. Sorry.
It's okay. I will use my action to cast Aid from my Ring of Spell Storing.
Okay.
I will choose
Interesting.
Rawson, Kingsley, Maldette, Wick, and Galliard. All of you gain 10 maximum hit points, and then heal for 10 as well.
Hell yeah.
8 is great.
Oh yeah, because it increases the hit point maximum, doesn't it? By that many points? Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it
For 8
heals and
hours.
does that. Wow. We're gonna be in a dungeon that's gonna... I was gonna do this earlier, but...
And does
didn't
it
want to.
stack?
It does not stack with itself.
But others can add. So heal for 10.
You can only have one instance of 8 at a time. Same spell rule. Then... Can I position myself to where there are 2 of my allies within 5 feet of me or more?
Definitely. I would say you can get... I'm doing the math in my head here. Or not math, but just like thinking about it. I would say you can get everyone... So you can either, you have 2 options. You can get everyone but Galliard, or everyone but Richard Hardy. It's like they're just kind of how things are shifted. You would have to move one way or the other, and it's everyone but Galliard or everyone but Richard Hardy.
Everyone but Galliard. I think Galliard would be fine where he's at.
Okay. So then you shift your position ever so slightly, and what would you like to do with that?
I will ready my reaction. That's what I'm gonna do. That's my turn.
Are you like readying an action?
No, I have a reaction that I can use on allies within 5 feet of me. So
okay.
For it to proc.
Got it. Well then, in that case, that's your turn. Kingsley, you are no longer charmed. You see the scene in front of you. What would you like to do?
So, as I was sitting here, I realized something horrible about myself.
What's that?
So, I have leveled up Mundungus with no problem. Chose all the spells Mundungus needed. You know what I didn't do to Kingsley?
You didn't level up Kingsley?
I leveled up and forgot to choose all my spells.
Oh.
my gosh.
Have you done so already, or no?
I have.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I was about to roll you up like
So
a
now you
storm.
have your form. Yeah, you can get Booming Blade.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want Booming Blade
Fair
because
enough.
I found something better.
What is that?
Oh.
Oh no.
He's going to point and cast Infestation
Infestation.
on that bitch.
Infestation. Okay. Cool.
Nice.
So
You cast a cloud of mites, fleas, or other parasites to appear momentarily on one creature you see within range. The target must succeed on a con save, or it takes 1d6 poison damage and moves 5 feet in a random direction if it can move and its speed is at least 5 feet.
okay.
It is a
2d6
random
because
roll
it's
of d4.
upgraded.
What?
2d6 because it's upgraded, right?
Correct.
No.
No, Infestation doesn't upgrade. I forgot if
It does upgrade,
No,
but
it does. It's
Yeah, player level.
is it player level? I thought it was like specific.
I always roll it as player level. Even if
Oh,
that's not
I
how you're
guess it
supposed to, I
is
roll it as player level.
2d6.
Yeah.
Cool.
Even in the rules as written, is player level.
Okay, perfect.
I didn't know that.
And that's
but
a
it is
con
2.
save, correct?
Correct.
That is a 23.
Yeah.
They are good at
Yeah.
con saves.
That's the success adds.
Yeah.
Much that.
You're kind of, I will give you this. You're kind of getting from some of the stuff you're casting. They're pretty good at con saves.
Realizing that.
Okay. Does anything happen on a success or no? Is it like half damage?
No.
No. Okay. Sad. Anything else you'd like to do though?
Good question. That was my action. Do I have anything bonus action that I can do?
Got movement. You got bonus action.
You could probably heal yourself with your bonus action now.
I don't need to heal myself. I am perfectly fine after what Aurelie did.
I plan to change that. Don't worry.
That's the correct person, right?
Yep.
Yes,
Give you
that
10
is.
more health. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, that thing.
It is so
I'm
soft.
perfectly fine. That's useless. You know what?
No, I don't.
Sure.
Please tell me.
What does this do? Is it what I think it is, though? Is this technically being charmed? I don't see anything about it being charmed.
I will be sure to tell you. What is it?
Compelled duel.
It sounds like a charm. Let me check.
But I'm not reading anything about it being a charm. That's why I'm not sure.
I'm gonna check because I feel like it
I
should
feel like
be.
it would be. But I'm not reading anything, but also the words are kind of blurry.
So that I will need.
I'm checking. If it'll load. There we go. Okay.
It does not say anything about it being charmed.
Compelled by divine. I'm gonna say it is, and here's why. Compulsion is a form of charm, and also it does have the same stipulations to end it as something like hypnotic pattern or something which is a charm, which is being damaged, for example. Like if you damage it, it breaks it. That is the same sort of thing as a charm. It doesn't specifically say it's a charm, but it does have that same sort of stipulation. So I'm gonna say it is a charm.
Then instead, as my bonus action, I'm going to cast Hex.
Okay. They are hexed.
Which
What?
No, that wouldn't affect that. That wouldn't affect that. I was going to
Which
say about the
abilities?
Searing Smite, but that wouldn't matter.
which ability score?
What?
When you hex someone, you pick an ability score, and they get -2 ability check
Yes.
with it. Not saving throws or attacks, but just ability.
You place a curse on a creature that you can see within range until the spell ends. You deal an extra 1d6 necrotic to the target whenever you hit it. Also, choose one ability. Oh, yeah, you're right.
There you go.
Sorry.
Which one did you choose?
Fucking Constitution.
Well, that's just ability checks, though, and I don't believe there's any
Not
Constitution
saving
ability
throws.
checks.
There aren't any.
Fuck. Damn it, you're
There's
right.
no con ability checks. So, I mean, yeah. up to you.
Strength is the most solid one for combat.
Yeah.
But do you think this dude does that? Hey, Drasan, I have a question for you.
Huh?
As a sorcerer, what is your most commonly used ability?
Me? Well,
Yeah.
I use a lot of charisma.
Then we'll do that one. Charisma.
2 ability checks only. Okay, cool. So cannot persuade, deceive, or any of that. or at least is worse at it.
That's what those are.
A
You
bit,
know what?
yeah.
Someone else pick it for me. I can't.
That's
think.
why I'm
hungry.
giving you examples so you know which one you're choosing.
I'm hungry and I'm focused on food.
I mean, we can take a quick break. It's a little past break time. Do we want to take a quick break?
I want to finish my turn, but I need someone else to pick this damn ability because none of it makes sense right now.
Take wisdom.
Wisdom? Okay.
It makes him stupid.
And
perception checks are huge.
Yes.
Most wizards use wisdom saves. It's last I checked because
It's not
they're bitches.
saves.
Yeah. Here's what I'm gonna say. We're gonna take a quick break, 10-minute break, I think, and then we'll come back with the Elven Mage picking up. So if you need to get food, anything like that, this both and you guys do so. So we will be back shortly. And we're here. Hello. So, picking up back at the not top of the round, middle of the round is the mage. He is going to back up into the room he's been standing in the doorway of. He's going to go his full. Actually, let me check the range on something real quick. See how far he needs to get back. If I can find it. I'm blind, maybe.
Guardians.
True. There's two things he has to roll for, I think. There's Kingsley, your Searing Smite. What kind of save was it? Con, right? Because it's still up,
Yeah,
so he's got to roll for it. I think it was Con.
Fuck, I forgot it was still up. Hold on.
Because because it's not something you have to keep concentration on, I believe. He's just on fire. He's just currently on fire until time is up. I'm pretty sure anyway.
No, it is concentration.
Okay, so that drops. So then never mind. There's not that because you had something else up. But Spirit Guardians, that's a 19
Wisdom.
on the die. So that's gonna succeed.
I believe he still takes half though.
Yeah, he takes half of the damage, so let me roll it real quick.
And also, Maldet, you and... Actually, no, you, because you're the only one who's right up there within 5 feet. Actually, no, Kingsley, you totally could too, because you didn't move back, did you? No, wait, you did, because you were at 10 feet, you went to 15. Right? I'm not forgetting that.
You are not forgetting that, no.
So you're actually... Correct. So he's not leaving your combat range. But Maldet, not only is it Spirit Guardians, but also you can take an opportunity attack if you'd like. And I'm pretty sure you're the only one. Well, Radioactive Purple Rat Baby can too, if you'd like.
What's half of 17?
We round down, so 8. And what type of damage was that?
Radiant.
Cool. Does not like that as these little... do you have a specific form you want your Spirit Guardians to take?
These are all just a bunch of floating candles. So there's the sickle and the candles.
Perfect. Little sickle just whipping around the candle and just slashes. And it takes that and does not like it. Okay. And so there's that. And then I don't know if you're able to communicate because of issues with technology right now. But Radioactive Purple Rat Baby, if there's anything you'd like to do opportunity attack wise, you can. And then Maldet, again, you can as well.
How far is he moving? Because his movement is halved.
Oh, that's true. So actually, only going to go half movement, 15 feet back into the room.
Cool. Great, let's do it. Just outside my radius, but that's perfectly fine. As soon as I move close, he's back in it and takes damage again.
True. So yeah, that'll be fine. Gets right to the edge of the radius. Does, again, still take the Spirit Guardian at the top of the turn. But do you want to take an opportunity attack?
Reaction?
Mm-hmm.
What can I do as a reaction? Hold on. I need to...
Yeah, because as a reaction, it would either be opportunity attack, or if you have something else you can do that as well. But yeah.
I'll just swing at him with the Warhammer, I guess.
Okay. And so you raise the Warhammer high and go to take a swipe. Go ahead and roll to hit.
12 plus... 17.
17. That... you know what? That would hit, but they're going to do their parry again, using their reaction, and just
They
as
still have
they turn. Well, yeah, their turn came around since the last.
Oh
time
yeah, that hit.
This is their turn, so they got it at the top of their turn.
Yeah.
So yeah, they block with the, I'll say, the long sword, parrying it out of the way after getting hit with your Spirit Guardians. I believe that's everything that would happen at the top of the turn. So in that case, they're going to take their movement 15 feet over, and they're going to do two things. They are going to... Let me check something here. Okay, so they are going to first, with their action, they are going to cast Delayed Fireball. And they're going to point forward, and a bead of yellowish-orange energy, maybe about the size of a small bead, is going to go forward and is going to stop maybe about 5 feet from Maldet. Not, well, 1 foot from Maldet. No, 6 inches from Maldet. Not touching you, but really close. And then they are going to use Quicken Spell, 2 sorcery points, and they're going to cast Dimension Door, and they vanish. And that little bead of energy floats 6 inches from your chest.
Dimension Door is 120 feet.
Dimension Door is... actually, I think it's more than that.
It's 1,000 feet at a point you can...
Oh, yeah.
500 feet.
Oh, close enough.
Which means they gotta be in the room still, because that's...
Well, they're in the area still. 500 feet is a lot. You don't know where they went, but to give a point of reference, it is like maybe 50 feet from where they were to the other side of the room. Not even. It's actually more like 40. So 500, they could be anywhere.
But it has to be to a place they can see, right?
It has to be to a place they know, I believe. To any other spot within range. It can be a place you can see, one you can visualize, or one you can describe by stating distance and direction. So one you can visualize. For somebody who's been down here for who knows how long, all they need to do is visualize a room within 500 feet that they know, and they can just be there. So they are somewhere within this area, within 500 feet of where they were. And that bead, which I said delayed fireball, but you don't automatically know that's what that is. There is a bead of something in front of you. Now we are going to slightly break initiative here for a minute. Or actually, I don't want to do that if that could be at your detriment. We are going to keep initiative, actually, because this does have a timer. So I'm not going to break initiative for your sake. Their turn is done. Radioactive Purple Rat Baby, are you able to... I don't know if you can do anything, because I don't know if your stuff is working. So, I will... Oh, maybe.
I don't know either.
I think it's working. I can hear you just fine. It's good.
Yay!
Yay. Okay. So, bead of energy is in front of Maldet. This is probably like 5 feet in front of you. And you don't know what it is. And now the mage is gone. Somewhere. Vanished.
Josh?
Yes.
Did put it there. Important note.
Yes. And yes, Connor, what were you going to say?
Is it possible that Kingsley would know what it is? He's not very magically adept, but damn does he know fire.
When it comes around to your turn, we will get to that. And we can check.
You said you were picking it. Oh, no, you didn't say that. Never mind. Got it.
I changed my mind for your benefit, because otherwise
No,
this would go
realize
off
that.
in a minute, and you guys usually talk for longer than that. So, Radioactive Purple Rat Baby, what would you like to do?
Okay, so this strange orb is like right next to the Maldet.
Like 6 inches away from his chest, yeah.
That's pleasant. I think it's a fair assumption to think it could be dangerous. So, oh, how far am I from Maldet?
About 5 feet. And this thing, like I said, about 6 inches from Maldet's chest, you all could duck under it, or like walk under it if you wanted to. It's not like in a position where you couldn't. It's just at about that position.
I'm thinking I could. He's within walking distance of me. I could use enhance ability and give him some temporary hit points with endurance. If I can. That's a good idea.
Yeah. So enhance ability, and which one would you be using? Because I know there's different.
Bear's endurance.
Bear's endurance. And you said that gives.
It gives the target advantage on Constitution checks, and it gives them 2d6 temporary hit points.
Okay, so go ahead and roll. If you're casting that, go ahead and roll those 2d6 to see how much Maldet gets.
Oh. The first one was a 6, and the second one was a 1.
Okay, so Maldet gets 7 temp hit points, and perfect. Anything else you'd like to do?
Can I back up a bit?
For sure. Do you want to go your full movement back in the room?
Yes.
Okay, so you are 30 feet from the orb. Okay, perfect. Cool. And then it's over now to Richard Hardy. He's like, this is his first real turn after being snapped out of the haze. So he's just kind of like, whoa, where'd go? He's gonna come forward and see the orb in front of Maldet. And is just gonna kind of like scoot by Maldet and just kind of like go through the doorway and into the room. He can only get like 10 feet from the doorway from Maldet. So just kind of squeezes by and just gives Maldet a thumbs up. And he's gonna give Maldet a bardic inspiration, which is a D8. And just like, you got this. Believe in you. I'm gonna stand over here, and not there. And he's actually, you know what? Fuck it. Gonna use action to dash, to just dash to get to the other side of the room. Galliard, over to you.
All right, so Galliard's a wizard. He comes from a very long line of wizards. They know magic. He knows magic. He may not be able to recognize this spell immediately, but he has an inkling, and
you can roll Arcana.
I want to try to identify what it might be.
Yeah, go ahead and roll Arcana for me. I'll say that this does not use an action or anything. This is simply you taking a moment to look at it and address what this is.
That is a 19 Arcana.
Okay, with a 19 overall. Arcana, let me read something here. Okay, this is a pretty high level spell. You know this to be the spell Delayed Fireball. This is, and you kind of realize very quickly, you're like, wait a minute, okay, I saw a bead like that whenever I have seen people cast Fireball before, but it didn't immediately hit and explode, so why is that? Well, maybe, and then you see it floating there, and here's what you know about this with a 19. There are a few things that will cause it to combust. One of those things is the time running out. So you are currently on a minute timer to get the hell out of there, or else it will explode. It has the same radius as a fireball. So there's that. It's 20-foot radius sphere. Sorry, I'm reading many things. Okay. If this is touched before the minute has ended, You can make a dex save. On a failed save, the bead explodes. On a successful save, you can throw the bead up to 40 feet. And then when it collides with something, it will explode. So there is a way to get it away from Maldet. You also know that it is just locked in position. It is not stuck to Maldet.
I know how to
it's
get
not
it away.
Follow Maldet. It is just stuck in position, so you can either throw it or you can run away. However, if either the time expires or you touch it and fail the dex save, it will combust. And it does more damage than a standard fireball.
I got this, guys. Don't worry.
Oh boy.
Guard rabbit.
So Galliard.
I totally volunteer as tribute to throw this motherfucker.
Oh god.
Oh god.
So
Guys,
Galliard, it is your turn.
I have a way.
You know the way.
Scalliard realizes what this is. He just kind of calls out quickly the information. Fireball, delayed. It's frozen in time. Don't touch it. Back away from it. We have a minute. Just don't do anything to it. It'll look for the mage. And he just kind of calls that out. And if I can get Galliard to move out of the 20-foot range, like going further into this area, is that something he could do without, triggering that?
You saw Richard Hardy kind of scoot around Maldet and go through the door, so you can get fully around him if you needed to.
All right, he's going to do that and use his movement to try to get as far away as possible, resisting a very strong urge. Resisting the very strong urge to reach out and touch it. And, yeah.
Smart.
I can't see anyone right now. Just looking around, I don't see the mage.
You can use a search action to look if you'd like, but that would be your action to do so.
Search action, then, yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll a perception check.
That's a 14 plus 2, 16.
16. Okay. With the 16, you kind of start looking around, and there are many doors. See, a couple of them are open. There's an archway, and you don't see anything in any of the areas around you. You do not see the mage at all. Nor do you see foot traffic or anything. It doesn't seem like they turned invisible and ran off. They teleported away. So you don't see any tracks or anything.
Mm-hmm. All right, and again, shakily, nervously, very nervously, just relay that information. It seems he's gone. He's not here. He might be further in. Keep an eye out and don't touch that thing.
Temptation is hard.
Especially exploding things.
This is movement, his action. I think
wanted-
bonus. Damn it. No, bonus action. That's it, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Just getting as far away from that as possible out of the 20 foot. That's as long
Okay.
as we're there, we're good.
Definitely doable. Definitely doable to get out of that area. Further in. So let me check a thing. Okay. So next up in that case would be Drossen. You had heard Galliard shout out the information of what this is.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna scoot past and I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna get away from this thing.
Okay. And that is doable. You are able to, in this next room, this first room of the dungeon proper, we'll call it, you can get out of that range, just on the other side of the room. Anything you'd like to do otherwise?
Aha. I will get pretty in front of the general group, and I'm gonna do the classic and mime uninvisible wall, just in case.
That
I'm not
is
getting within the range, but
yeah. I mean that works, and you are pretty confident in your invisible wall. Nothing could go wrong. I will say, Zernus, you do start to hear people moving around in the first room you entered through, which is directly to the south of you. And there is a door on that way as well. And all of you would see there's a door on the north side of this room where you would be standing. So you hear them starting to move in there. So for your information. So with that being said, that's that. Zernus, it's over to you. Door to the south leads to first room, which you can hear people moving around in, multiple people, so you figure it's probably not just the elf. Or there's more elves, you have no idea. But you hear something going on. There is also door to the north, and then a door on the east and door on the west. Those are just referring to doors you have not entered through.
Me, myself, has forgotten the cardinal direction in which I entered. I want to go further in instead of just like scanning across every room.
Like further in, do you want to go straight north?
Yeah, like we entered south, so I want to keep going north.
Well, so let me give you an idea. You came in through the west door. There is a second door on the west wall that you did not come through. And then there's a door on the north and east you don't know what's behind. The door to the south you know leads to the first room. To like the
I'm gonna go north.
North. Okay, straight further in. Okay, where does that lead? Here. Gotta flip my page because it's upside down because I printed it upside down by mistake. Oopsie daisies. Am I missing a page? Nope, I know where that is. I'm not missing a page. One moment, please. Because I done goofed. There we go. Okay, so this is another empty room. There's nothing in here. However, you do feel you're heading further in. There's legitimately nothing here. You entered through the south side. There's 2 doors to the north, 2 doors to the west. Which one would you like to choose for next time? Do you just want to head further in and head north?
Do I have anything that could possibly help me?
I mean, you might. This is all just going off of entering doors, looking around aimlessly. If you have anything that may assist you, you can definitely check. And also, as a note, Zernus, none of the lights are on in here.
Well, I'm elf.
You're
see
elf.
just fine.
Well, kinda. Some of these rooms are larger than 60 feet, and your dark vision is only 60 feet, so there are some rooms you walk into and don't see anything till you start walking around at the edge. It's like a horror game where your light only extends so far until you
horror
start moving
games
forward.
with freaking flashlights that work like that are awful.
That's your life right now.
No, yeah, keep going north, because I literally have nothing, and I'm pretty sure any lessons Sarai taught me in being able to track something has gone out the window.
Door on the left or door on the right? Because there are 2 up top on north, so I'll let you choose left or right.
Left.
Left. Okay. Okay. Then I will put a little thing here. The door is unlocked and you're able to pass through. I will put where you are going to be. There we go.
And walk away, bum, 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 to the very next page.
Maldette, you have an explosive strapped to your chest. What are you doing?
Fight me. I'm going to use my bag of holding to absorb the delayed fireball.
Okay. We are gonna play this by the same rules, because this could be like Operation, where you bump the sides and it goes off. I'm gonna still have you make that deck save. However, what we'll do is we'll treat this like evasion, where even if it does go off, it is at half damage because it collides with the side of the thing and then goes in. So
What
we
is
will
this?
say this will be a dex save. You're still getting a benefit of half damage even on a fail because of the bag.
18.
18. Let me check because I actually don't remember their thing.
Rolled 16 plus 2.
Their DC was 17. So you quickly bag off the thing, step back a little bit, whoosh, over top, and it's in. There's no like sudden like comical thing of it just going from the inside. It just goes in and it's gone. And the danger is past. It's in the bag of holding. It's in a pocket dimension. It's gonna go off. It's just
is that
in
an
a pocket
action?
dimension. I am going to actually check because I think there's a rule on that. I mean, I'm gonna be honest.
Concentrate on a spell in a different dimension?
Just realize it's a fireball.
Yeah.
It's fire. It needs oxygen. What if you just smothered it?
It is magical, so that wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Also, magical or smothering it would include you touching it or putting something over it that would touch it, which would cause it to go off.
I'm going to eat a fireball.
However,
I was thinking that.
What was I going to say? Because Maldet, you asked a question. What did you ask?
Is action or not action?
I'm going to say no because it does not specify that something like that would be. So I'm going to say no.
Cool. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use my movement to haul across into the other room to the northern door.
Okay.
Do I make it with just my movement of 30?
You can, and I actually want to ask you as a group, do you just travel together and start hauling ass following Maldet?
I assume, yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Because if not, then we will just break initiative and say that you all haul ass and meet up with Zernus. Because Zernus at this point is hauling ass as well and has not stated that they're closing doors, so you would see where they are right now. As soon as you reach this first room to the north, the door you're heading through, you can see the door that Zernus is heading through right now.
Even with the no light.
That's true.
Because Scalliard can't see.
Well, if there's no light, I'll hold up a torch and cast the light cantrip on it. It's not a lit torch. I'm just casting light on a torch.
What's the duration of the light cantrip?
It's
an hour.
It's an hour. Maldet, you cast it on your hand, and it's not concentration, I'm pretty sure. So you would still have the light cantrip up for all of you.
Iron Man moment.
I mean, having a second person with it is not a bad idea either, because big rooms. But
can I? So movement, I'm gonna get to the middle of the room before getting to the door. Action, I'm gonna cast locate object, and what I'm gonna locate is the staff that the person was wielding.
And what's the range of locate object? It's
1,000
feet,
feet.
Right? Okay. I will tell you immediately that from the area where you are, they're definitely within 1,000 feet. Obviously, it's not going to tell you the nearest door to get to them, but it will tell you the general direction. It is to the, like, north-northeast. It's mostly north, little bit east of where you are currently.
I will relay that information to the group and continue going through north into that next room.
Should we really be following this guy? He did something very strong.
Yes, and
What
he doesn't like radiant damage. That's the only reason why he ran.
Well, I will tell you this as well. At the time that they ran, they were starting to look a little hurt. You guys were doing consistently good damage to them. And then they bamfed out. So, definitely...
Why give them the chance to re-up when we can just take them out and then give them the opportunity, have us put our guard down, and then take us out? If they can cast a delayed fireball, as explained by our smart friend over here, what says they can't cast a regular fireball at that same power and do instant damage?
Zernus, as you're standing about to enter that next room through the still open doors to the south of you, you hear this conversation faintly happening.
I just think we're kind of breaking into where he lives. We should probably just try to find what we need and leave.
Can we find
Remember,
Zernus first?
we
What's
only
the
live
limp
here
back?
because it was stationed here to protect. So this isn't really his home. It isn't his
I am
place.
technically allowed in here. I'm leaving.
Zernus approaches and says that at that point.
No, I don't even say anything. I just nope.
Oh, so
Like like Jack Sparrow just.
Oh, so you're heading further and you're not going to the group.
No, they're doing great. They
Okay.
can follow my tracks.
Who's willing to fight an elf?
I technically have not attacked the elf, but I assume that he considers me hostile now because I went back to help.
You are part of
I'm
the hostile
just-
group.
Me and my bro. Mm.
I have only acted defensively. I want my lawyer.
Wars.
We can't say shit. She's like shrugging. She's like,
You know what we call lawyers in the Elven Empire? Heretics. And you know what we do to heretics?
But yeah, I'm gonna continue pushing through using all of my movement, a bunny hop to get an extra 10 feet.
Okay.
I'm probably at the center of that second room at this point.
Definitely. And
Bro, fuck off with your fireball.
the rest of you, well, fireball's gone.
I can just get that. I can just get that far with my movement and a dash.
Yeah. So Drasen and Maldet kind of leading the group, getting a little further ahead. I'm gonna ask Maldet, you're mostly leading the charge here. You reach the next room, get to the middle, and you see there's a door on the left and a door on the right. You see the door on the left is open, the door on the right is closed. Which do you wish to go through?
Where is it pinging still? Still northeast?
It's
or is it more
pinging
east, more
still
north?
Still northeast. Almost, I would say a little more east at this point.
Continue going north.
So both of these doors are to the north. I sorry, that was confusing. Both of them are on the north wall. It's just a question of one is on the right, more in the eastern direction. One is on the more western direction.
And this room is the one Zernus was just in, correct?
The one Zernus was just in and is now past.
And he went through the left?
It did, but you wouldn't know that. You see the door is open, so maybe you could probably guess, but yeah. You don't know for
Go
sure.
to the right.
Okay. So you open the door to the right and you see oh, hold on. There is a channel in the floor, square tiles alternating white and black, and this channel in the floor has a steady stream of water coming down from the wall. Aside from the door that you came in, directly to your right on the same wall as the one you came in, there's an archway. That is the only other door. There is nothing heading further northeast. Only this door on the south wall.
And is the ping centered more north, more east, same?
Entering this room, it is now more north, and it seems fairly close. It's just there's no northern door. Only the southern door.
Don't split the project.
And after you decide where you're going to go, we're going to go to the others and see what they're doing. Or actually, while you're deciding, those of you, besides, because Drausen, you're staying with Meldat, since you're about the same speed, the rest of you, are you also trying to stay with Meldat? Or do you want
I'm
to try
trying to
somewhere
follow
else?
the light because I have no other way of seeing the people with
I will
light
say I
across.
was slightly lagging behind. I wasn't going quite as fast to let people follow where we're going.
That makes sense.
Because I have light.
So then, Galliard following them with the light. Anyone have anything they'd like to do otherwise? Any other directions?
Did I see the light?
Yes, Gallia.
Just a quick flourish again. Spectral dragon scales. Cast mage armor.
Smart. And mage armor, as it appears across your body, you are now more protected against whatever might happen. Kingsley, do you have anything you'd like to do specifically? Any other directions, or are you staying with the group?
Can he see that Zernus is not in this other room so far that they can tell?
You see the door to the left that is open, and the door on the right that Maldet and the rest of the group just went through, but the door on the left was already open. So that could be where Zernus went, or it could be where the elf went. You don't know. You just know that Maldet seems to be following a scent and is heading toward the right. There's no other real indication, because you don't really know the directions Zernus went. I mean, there might be some things you can do. I don't know if you have anyone you could ask, for anything, or you could any light, perhaps. I don't know if you have any locate spells, like kind of like what Maldet. Sorry, names were escaping me for a second. Used.
I was actually about to say.
Okay.
He's gonna kind of lag a little behind. And he's going to reach out to a certain someone.
Who would you like to reach out to?
Oh, you know exactly who I'm talking about.
And what do you ask?
He's going to ask for help finding the library that's down here.
Okay. Also, I sent you something regarding this.
Cool.
So, you reach out, you close your eyes for a second, kind of lagging back, and you ask about a certain library. And you feel this presence over your shoulder. It's not an oppressive, heavy presence like that you felt around Drababen, or it's not even this super light and airy presence like Serena. It is this sweet, sickeningly sweet presence. You called. Well, if you want to know something like that, maybe go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
What is my persuasion? Ooh. I can't do this math in my head.
Okay.
I can help if you want.
26.
26. Okay. With a 26, you... Yeah, for sure. This presence, you can see just out your peripheral vision, this long, wide-brimmed hat with a little feather plume that you can kind of see hanging down the front. And there's this breath which smells. It reeks of cigarette, booze. It's not a pleasant smell. And the hand on your one shoulder. All right. For you, I'll help. And you are going to feel compelled to go through the door on the left. You are given directions for which rooms you need to go to. Are you going to follow those directions specifically? Each room you go to, you are instructed which door to go through. Do you follow, or do you go off the path and go with your group?
Drasan. I know the way to the library. That's down here. Are you going with me?
Yes.
Well, it's not that way.
Could we get the others?
I mean, the others can totally hear this conversation. He's not talking quietly.
Maldek's the only one who rushed a bit ahead, but everyone else is there currently. Nobody else saw anything with Kingsley like Kingsley saw, but you all are hearing this.
Everyone.
Drasan? He's a little ahead of us. You should, tell him.
Oh, alright. I will rush to go grab Malvet and say, hey, we're going to go to the library. Kingsley knows the way.
Way to Candy Mountain. Kingsley's gonna show us the way.
Magical Leopoldo.
It's terrible.
Aurelie is going to the library.
Okay. So who wants to split the party? Or are you all going together and being boring?
Y'all can go to the library. I'm going to deal with this pest.
I actually want to, I want to call out for him. Let's see if he hears me.
Here's actually Zernus, I was just about to get to you. I have one question, because while this has happened, you have already entered this next room. And as this decision is being made, you would have already by this point chosen another door. Because this room is also empty. There's a door to the right and a door to the north. North and east. Which would you choose?
North.
North? Okay. Are you
I
sure?
want.
Sure you don't want the one to the east?
Do I meet a special friend if I go to the east?
Go ahead and roll me a quick investigation check as you approach the north door.
Investigation.
Yeah.
18.
Okay, 18. That's good enough. There is a wire of some kind attached to the door, specifically the handle. And you are able to, there's enough slack in it that you can kind of open the door ever so slightly and just take a peek. Or even through the keyhole or anything, you can kind of peek through the door. There is some sort of box device facing the door that in a certain language you can't quite read. It's that same language from the town, so it's English. So you can't quite read it, but you do get the idea. It's got like a caution symbol on it. Yeah, it's like a box, and it's the words are facing you.
Front towards enemy.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
Front
to
towards
the
enemy.
east.
It's a claymore.
You just close that door. What do I have on me? I have my quill, right, for drawing, and my pen. Just gonna put no
on the door. No.
And then just slip off to the other door.
That's actually great that this worked out how it did. So Zernus, this is perfect actually, because Galliard, you cast Sending. Go ahead and say what you said and who to.
Galliard just, as we're going here, stops for a moment, closes his eyes, speaks, mutters a few words, And Zernus, you're going to hear, just in your mind, Galliard's voice. Zernus, Kingsley knows the way to the library. Retrace your way until you find ours and follow us. Follow the light.
Okay. Follow the light. Words you never want to hear as you're in a dangerous place. But you're not dead yet, so it's okay. Following the light now is okay. So you receive that message, Zernus. Do you want to give a reply? Because you are able to do that if you wish. 25 words.
Yeah, so about that, I don't remember how I got here, nor how to get back.
So Galliard, you get that message back. However, would you be doing that as you're moving? Would you have sent that signal?
As they're moving, if I can,
Okay.
yeah. Unless everyone wants to stop for this.
It just so happens the door that Kingsley is leading you through is the door that goes directly into the room Zernus is in. As Zernus, you're writing "no" on the door, you get that message, you reply, start heading toward the eastern door, and just as you hear "follow the light" and give that response back, you see the light come around the corner. And
I'm just gonna panic, no, Jesus, no!
And then you see it's Druss and Kingsley. Everyone, I think everyone but Maldet. Maldet's the only one who went alone.
Look at them
I believe.
Could you be more terrifying, you group of miscreant short people?
Yes.
Did he come by this way? Did you see the man? The elf?
Didn't he teleport?
The guy that I didn't decide to attack and was allowed in here completely of free will? Yeah, no, I didn't see him anywhere. Why would I see him? Because I'm not an enemy here. And I would like to, frankly, I don't know you right now.
I wasn't the one who attacked the one who decided to attack. Is not with us right now. At least I don't think he's here with us.
He starts speaking Elvish. Uno no comprende.
Still speaking Elvish. Like, yes, you do. Come on, hurry up. This is meant to play there.
So, real quick, Maldet, as they are making their meeting, you hear them in the other area meeting up and chatting. You are in this room with a archway to the south, and that is the only other exit besides the one you came in. Do you go through it?
To the south.
Yes, it is heading to the south. You don't know if it loops around or what, but it heads to the south, not the northeast. But it does not head back in the way you just came. It is a separate door that heads into a separate room.
I hate that I... yeah.
Head through the south? Okay. You have three options. Looking directly to your left, you see a door that heads north, toward the direction you detect the elf. And then there are two doors to the south.
The door to the north, does it seem trapped in any way?
Roll investigation.
Uh, 15.
Okay. You do not see any traps on this door. This door seems unlocked as well.
Is it a push or a pull?
It is a pull door.
I will slowly pull it open. What do I see in the other room?
In front of you, about 5 feet, you see, this is not a door but a hallway. But you aren't actually looking down the hallway. You know it's a hallway because you can see. But in front of you, about 5 feet, there is a wall, and then it turns to the left. Peeking in, you can see there's another end that turns to the right. This seems to be sort of like an L-shaped corridor that leads somewhere, but you can't see from there.
I will move through, keeping an eye for traps, as he had mentioned that there are traps.
Very true. Go ahead and roll me another investigation.
A little better. 17.
17. Okay.
That's, yeah. 17.
As you are going forward, you just narrowly miss a coiled rope on the floor. Which, at first glance, you're like, oh, just a rope on the floor. But then, in the light of it being possibly trapped, you take a second look and see that it is one of those that would like wrap around your leg, counterweight falls, drags you to the ceiling. So you are able to avoid that. You are now also able to see down to the end of the hall, where there is a closed wooden door.
I will approach the door. I will approach the door, and same thing. Push, pull, look for traps.
Okay. Go ahead and make me that investigation.
Rolled a natural 16 for a 18.
18. Okay. With an 18, this door is not trapped. However, it is locked. And it is a push door as well.
It is locked, you said?
It is locked and it is a push door, not trapped.
It's a wooden door.
A wooden door, yes.
Using my warhammer, can I try and essentially like what's the name, that the thing that they use? A battering ram. There you go.
For sure, you can make an attack roll.
Use it as a battering ram.
Yeah.
Attack. 18.
18 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
10. That's 5 damage.
5 damage. It's a solid strike, but the door doesn't quite give. It makes a large boom, which I would say with where everyone is right now, you would all hear this. It's faint, but you would hear it off toward like the east. You hear just this boom, and then nothing.
And then I attack again.
Okay, go ahead.
12 to hit.
12 to hit. Does hit. It's a door. Could have been a better hit. You've had better hits on a door, but you know.
I've had better hits on a door.
Yeah.
11 points of damage.
11 points of damage. Okay. As you rear back for the second strike, it hits, and the door itself doesn't come off the hinges, but it's an old door, and the like lock mechanism just gives, and the door starts to push open. Being a push door, it just sort of at that point just goes open. And in the center of this room, standing there, is the elven figure, who looks like they were starting to make their way to the other side of the room towards like another door. Or actually, yes, they were starting to make their way towards another door on the northern side of the room. But you got in there before they could.
How far are they from me?
They are, let's see. They are 25 feet away.
And how much movement would you say I have right now?
All of it, because we're not really. I'm not necessarily doing initiative right now, so you're not in initiative. So I would say you have all of it.
Well, guess what? Spirit Guardian's is still up, so I'm gonna run to him.
Okay. How long does that last, by the way?
10 minutes concentration.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Definitely still up.
I haven't cast any other.
Okay. Yeah, let me go ahead and do this real quick, because it's when they enter it, right?
Yes, when it's first entered and when they start.
Okay. It's a wisdom save?
Yep.
That's 11. Go ahead and roll the damage.
Oh, sucky roll. Another sucky roll. Better, not as good. ...16 points of damage.
Okay. 16. Let me go ahead and write that down here.
Radiant.
This would be... So how we're going to do this is you and I, we're going to do the combat for this guy until either you go down or he does. And then we're going to hop over to the other group. Unless, having heard the boom, does the other group, do you want to stop following Kingsley, who is trying to lead you toward the north, because that is where he's saying it's got to go, or do you head to the east where you hear commotion? Because that will determine how we do this. If you decide to join
I'm gonna go follow the boom.
Okay. Anyone
I
else
have a
want to follow
bad
the
feeling.
I'm sticking with Kingsley.
Okay.
I think Wick's gonna go follow the sound.
Wick's going to
Like
follow
you
the sound.
fancy.
Let me ask a more specific question, because Kingsley, you're currently... Well, you and Aurelie, I know Aurelie, you said you wanted to head towards library as well. So you two would be leading in that direction.
I'm also following Kingsley.
And you're following Kingsley. Is there anyone else who is following Kingsley and not going towards the boom? I'm going to take that as a no. So in other words, Kingsley, Drawson, Aurelie, you guys are headed towards library, or where it should be, what you're being told it is, and the rest of you are heading toward boom, which is, there's a door to the east. And as you guys open this door to the east, you see the elf, and you see Maldet rush forward. Maldet, roll initiative for me real quick.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you want to re-roll initiative?
Yeah, let's just... Well, actually, do you guys just want to keep the old initiative? Because I'm down to keep the old initiative, rather than
I
re-roll.
don't mind keeping it.
Yeah. Because, I mean, it's a... Yeah, it's a pretty good initiative. So, in that case, Zernus?
Oh, and what is
Yes.
Richard doing? He can't capture all of the content.
Yeah,
This is so
that's
sad.
true.
Too
much
Does
content
he want the
everywhere.
action? Does he want the action, or does he want the discovery?
Ooh,
Ooh.
tension.
Action sells, let's go. And so he's going to start heading toward the combat.
You see him just running with a GoPro, just like, let's go.
I mean,
Basically.
he did put a camera thing on, right?
Yeah, basically, yeah. And so he just starts rushing forward. Also, fun little detail for you, because he does monk things. It is canon, the reason that he learned those things, the fighting and everything, is to fight off all of his fans and the paparazzi. Just a fun fact about Richard Hardy.
Yeah.
He learned,
Massive
like,
commandment.
he learned that because he's like, no, get off of me. Get the cameras away,
Oh.
except
Slap.
see me.
I love that so much. That's so cool.
He's like, get the cameras away, except don't look at this face.
My
love this, yeah.
relationship and dislike of Richard is slowly disappearing, and I don't appreciate it.
Haha, I love it.
Love Richard. We stand Richard in this house.
So, Kingsley, Drawson, Aurelie, for the sake of this, I'm going to say you guys just keep following the direction, because you know where you're going. There is no guesswork. There is simply door after door after door. Which I'm going to say... here. Okay. I will say that you guys that are heading toward the library, you pass through a variety of rooms. And besides the one door that is trapped, which you are able to make your way around, because there's a secondary door, there is no other traps. It seems like that was the one door that was trapped. You find a couple like glyphs on the ground and whatnot, but they're really easy to spot. The coverings that had once hidden them are either gone, or that little voice in your head, Kingsley, tells you to go around and says, hey, that thing right there, walk around it.
Nice.
So that makes this journey incredibly easy. That is because of such a high roll that you got. You rolled incredibly high on that, and so you are able to get guided around all of this. You pass a few of what look like laboratories with various different beakers and things, and one sign on the wall written in Sylvan, which you are able to read, Drawson, that says biological weapons research. That is in one of the laboratories. And as you guys... yeah. As you guys get to one of the northmost rooms, you pass through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rooms. And you are told, Kingsley, that the last of the doors is in front of you. But as you begin to open the door, you hear this guttural sound from the north. It's like this sucking sound, someone like breathing. It's hard to explain. It's like a... I mean, I guess the best sound I can try to imitate is like a... from the north. And it seems like something is coming in your direction. Now, as you are traversing and hear that sound, we are going to head back to the fight. So keeping the initiative and not counting those that are not there. Maldet, you are up first.
I'm up first?
You are up first.
Oh.
Am I not allowed to duo, or is it?
I mean, you're... Oh, sorry. Why did... For some reason, I thought you were with the other group. Sorry. Zernus, no, you are up first.
Yeah, no, just gonna yell now there, what the insert duck noise here are you doing? And follow him shortly. Like, using all my movement and a dash.
Wait a moment, I have a quack.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Is that all, Zernus?
I would prefer to not have blood on our hands like we already have, so I'm gonna try and get in between Maldet and this dude who's just trying to do his job.
Okay. It will take, well, hold on. 5, 10, 15, 20. No, it's like 25 feet to get from the door you're at to, well, we'll call it 30 because you're actually in the door. So 30 to get from there to in between them. And so, Maldet, you see Zernus get in between and just stands there and it's just like, what are you doing? That's your turn,
What the
Zernus?
fuck are you doing?
There you go. Okay. Maldet, it'd be over to you then.
Completely ignoring Zernus.
Mm-hmm.
Going around Zernus. Flanking.
Is that an opportunity attack?
It depends. Maldet, you said you're trying to get flanking means you have to get on the other side of the elf. Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Then you would be leaving Zernus' range. So Zernus, you would get an opportunity attack if you want to take it. Which, keep in mind, you don't have to actually do damage as an opportunity attack. You can grapple. Grapple is a form of attack. Just as a reminder in case you don't want to just straight up attack your friend.
Oh no, he seems to be very angry regarding elves. I think I am just gonna grapple him. Just bear hug.
Okay.
Just like, I know you don't.
So then that is going to be athletics check Zernus against Maldet's AC. So what is your athletics check?
23.
23. What is your AC, Maldet?
19, because I currently have my shield, but that don't matter because he got a fucking 23.
Yeah. So you start to make your way around, and we will say that as you start to move, you haven't actually moved at all. Or that's incorrect. I was going to treat it more like Sentinel, but we're not going to do that. You basically get grabbed and brought into the same space as Zernus. You like shifted around Zernus, started to move out, and then Zernus just grabbed you, and you are now grappled. You are.
Just hold him, squeeze him, keep him there. It's like, has no one ever taught you the valuable lesson of mercy?
Yeah.
You're not one to speak.
Okay. Maldet, you do still have other stuff. That would have been your movement.
Yeah.
Just grappled. So speed is 0, but everything else you can still do the same.
I'm gonna cast Inflict Wounds. No, actually, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Hold on. I'm gonna cast command on Zernus.
Okay, and what is the one-word command?
Release.
Release. And it's a wisdom save or charisma?
It is a wisdom save.
Wisdom save, Zernus.
18.
Or, better yet, drop and
Drop. And what was the save, Zernus, that you got? What was your roll? Was it 18, Zernus, that you got?
Yeah, 18, sorry. I thought
18.
you were.
No, you're good. So an 18, I believe that succeeds?
that succeeds.
Okay. So you start to try to compel Zernus with this command of release, and it just does not find purchase. Zernus is adamant in this moment about what he's trying to do. And
If anything, you say this word, and as you fail, he just turns you further away from this leaf elf. I'm going to call him leaf elf.
Okay. Sounds good. Still within 5 feet, still within range, but sure. Okay.
Question.
Yes.
So my spiritual weapon,
Yes.
would I have been able to just have it follow me the whole way through? Or how would...
No, you for sure, you could have. It would, here's what I'm going to say, because you did slow down a little bit to check the doors, so I would say, because it's only a 20-foot movement per time you move it, so I thought it was going to be a little behind you, but you did stop a little bit. So yeah, I would say it could be currently in the room with you. You could get it up to him in this turn if you wanted to. How
Yeah,
long
I'm just
does
gonna
it
get
last,
it.
though?
It lasts.
Because if it's a minute, it would be gone.
It is a minute. Yeah, it'd be gone.
Yeah, it'd be gone at this point, because with the checking of the doors and things, that was enough time. That
Yeah, it slows down everything.
How long has
yeah.
it been then?
God, maybe 2-3 minutes. Not long. It's just been
great.
long enough that something like that's gone.
It's good that it's been 2 to 3 minutes because I haven't used my bardic inspiration.
There you
go. Nothing I can do right now. Movements is 0. I can't break out, so...
Break
out.
Yep, just there.
Okay. Wick, it is over to you. I know you said you are straight up nibbling on some popcorn. But is there anything you'd like to do besides nibble on popcorn?
You know what? I would like to get closer to both Zernas and Maldet because I don't want them doing and hurting each other just a bit, even though it's entertaining.
Thank you, Wick.
Entertaining.
I love you guys, but no.
That's fair. So, what are you attempting to do then?
I would like to move closer at the moment. I don't think I have anything really prepared. Well, actually, I just shoot out like the both of them, not to get their attention. At the floor, please.
Oh.
I don't want to.
You start dancing.
You can also just shoot the elf, you know.
Up to you.
There are 2 of
And
them.
I crave
Please
violence.
specify.
At the moment, either.
Either or.
So going to skin you.
Listen, you're talking about mercy, and yet when we had our first battle, you were gonna straight up kill me. So...
I
did
did not.
The floor near them.
I hesitated as you said.
One moment, hold on. You want to shoot the floor near them, Wick. Okay. I'm not going to make you roll for that because that just happens. Yeah.
That is, yeah.
So, the both of you are holding each other and, like, fighting each other while the elf is just kind of standing there, like, watching this happen and is plotting escape. And then you see a gunshot at your feet. And, Wick, is that all you would like to do?
Look at my bonus actions very quickly. But I think, yeah, I just feel like she's glaring at the 2 of them like a mother angry at her children. You know what I mean?
I don't.
It's his fault. He a rat.
Yeah, hi. I know exactly what that's like. Hi, I am the mother of the group, so I know what this is like, glaring at in disappointment at the children. Okay. Well, if that is your turn, then it's over to the mage. Going to look at
Start of its turn in it. You gotta make a
True.
save.
Oh, that's a nat 1, which for a save doesn't really have a big consequence, but fails. So yeah, go ahead and roll damage, and then we will get to what it does.
20.
20. Okay. I will say, looking very hurt at this point. Does look like it healed a little bit during the time you guys were chasing it. Maybe popped a potion or two, but it still looks pretty hurt, and especially that's a big chunk of damage. Not looking good. I would say bloodied at this point, I would say. However, is going to wave the hands in the air, twirl the staff, mutter some arcane words, going to say mutatio pulpa petra, and is going to cast flesh to stone. That's going to be on Xernas. No, I take that back. On Maldet. Why not? You rushed in there, you've got your spirit guardians, you are a pretty big threat here. So
what is it?
Ooh.
What save?
It's going to be a con save, but it's actually going to use Twin Spell, and is going to cause it to hit both Maldet and Xernas.
Oh shit!
I need
you both to make a con
save. Can I counterspell
that? Yeah. I mean, actually, you can. Should I do it? Wait, do I have a spell slot for that? Hold on. I'm gonna counterspell your counterspell again, bitch. I'm gonna fucking do it.
Dirty 20 on Maldet's end.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I got a 19.
A 19 and a dirty 20.
That's fair. That's what it would do.
So sad though, because even though the counterspell gets counterspelled, you both still succeed. And I believe that means that it doesn't get purchased at all, but let me double check.
I believe
so.
He's not touching us or all, so I don't just feel this hand on my shoulder. He's just
no. It's literally just you hear the muttering and the incantation, and both of you still start to feel your bodies lock up ever so slightly, but almost immediately shrug it off. It has no effect whatsoever.
I just look at him. I just look at the elf. Dead stare. Not Xernas, the other one. Never got its name.
I mean, you don't know name with the mage, we'll say.
Yeah, the mage. I just dead stare at the mage. Is that the best you can do?
I don't understand you, bitch.
I have tongue still.
You do have soft tongues, yeah. And just sort of basically calls you a bitch in some language.
But I understand it, so...
You understand it, just the language. You don't know specifically what it is, but you know it just called you a bitch. Okay, that's gonna be the action. Gonna run away. I'm gonna run to the top of the room, which...
Speed is halved.
Speed is halved. Can still get to the top of the room, to the door. Can't go through it. He's gonna open the door, but doesn't have the movement to go through. Maldet, you could make an opportunity attack if you'd like. It's just Xernas, you would not be able to, even if you wanted to, because you're currently grappling Maldet.
Yes.
Didn't Maldet already?
Did you?
Didn't? Oh, no,
Xernas did for the grapple.
Xernas used his reaction. I got a 17 to hit.
17 to hit. Yeah. No, that'll hit. That'll hit. Yeah, we'll just call it. Yeah, we'll say that hits.
10 total points of damage.
Okay. And, oh, shit. As you slash outwards, or not slash, but slam outwards with the hammer, Xernas, you just still holding. Mallet slams out, and the elf is limping. The mage is at this point limping and is just trying to get away. Glancing over the shoulder every once in a while and is just trying to get away.
Oh.
So,
whose turn is it?
It is now, at this point, over to Radioactive Purple Rat Baby.
Hey!
It is now your turn.
My child.
Assuming I'm still in the doorway, I'd like to enter the room with the most of my movement, and then use Mage Hand to lift myself onto Zernus' shoulder.
Hey, bud.
I love that so much because you could totally do that. You're that small. That's awesome. Yes.
Yep,
And so you
less
get
than 10
lifted up
pounds.
and up there.
Still stood there holding my dad. It's like, oh, hey, buddy.
Okay. And so you are now up there. Okay.
And not too inclined to try to do much else. Don't really want to try to finish off this pitiful mage.
That's entirely fair and valid. Okay. So it's now over to Richard in that case. He's got his little camera and kind of like puts it on the shirt, like clips it on the shirt like a bow tie, give it the quick straighten. Oh, he could get to the guy, does he? Does he? Kind of looks to the mage who's currently retreating. Be bad for ratings if I hit someone who's retreating.
Hit me instead.
Oh.
Are you offering? Okay. I'm just gonna rush up and punch Zernus. No, I'm kidding. Is going to just kind of go up to you guys and be like, what are you doing?
I was taught at a very young age that every life is valuable and that you should give it a chance, Maldet.
I'm not gonna kill him.
And listen, I was taught from a very young age that every life is also valuable, as long as they're entertaining.
You know what? Respect on that.
Which this is very entertaining, so I'm on your side with this. However, it's currently getting away, and that's going to be the end of his turn. Galliard, it's over to you. Are you going to fireball him, Galliard? I think the internet might still be acting up.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to harm him.
Oh, there we go. Haha, you're back.
My internet may be acting up. I don't know. Is this working any better?
It's working now, yes.
Okay. No, I'm not going to fireball him.
Okay.
What I am going to do is to try to reach out with my hand. Just sort of like palm open, everything, staff in the other. Just shouting, stop! And I'm going to cast Old Person.
Ooh. What is the save? Con, right?
It's a Wisdom save.
Wisdom, okay. See, I always forget these things. It's going to be a 19.
All right, I'm going to use the what's it called? Astromancy Archive. Still, even with that, it's just going to bring it down to one more than it needs to succeed. And the mage is going to succeed.
Okay, and so you attempt to twist the fate of this individual and cause it to fail, but does not quite succeed, or your attempt, and so sadly, you are unable to hold their person.
I'm running after him.
Okay, and so you begin to run after. You're able
30
to
feet movement.
30-foot movement. If you're going directly toward where they are, you're about 15 feet away at the point you stop, because that's about how long they moved.
I'm gonna get as close as I can, just chasing after.
Okay, that works just fine. Zernus, it is.
I don't want to hurt you.
and they're like,
I don't want to hurt you.
You say that after them, and they're like, "Then go away."
Okay. Is it my turn?
It is your turn now.
So, since we're so adamant keeping this guy so close to us, I'm literally just going to release Maldet and use my knee or foot as momentum to just kick him into Wick, and then move very quickly to just grapple this mage and just in Sylvan, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down.
So, here's what I will say. A grapple is an attack, and a shove is also technically an attack, and you do have 2 attacks a turn. Okay. I'm going to need you to make an athletics check for me.
Can I try and save from like the being pushed?
I'm going to have you both roll a save, actually, but I need to see what Zernus rolls
Athletics
first.
is 18.
Okay, so then with 18 being the DC, I need Maldette and Wick to roll a dex save.
Will do.
Ooh, I'm good at those.
You are attempting to not
not.
go prone. You are still getting pushed out of Zernus'
Counter-strike.
grasp into each other.
Yeah.
It's just a question of if you are falling
Bro,
prone.
makeout session. Love on the battlefield.
It's meets it, beats it, right?
Meets it, beats it, yep.
Yep. I
Okay.
beat it then. Barely, but I beat it.
Cool. And then Wick, what did you get?
I got an 18.
18. Okay, so then you both do not fall prone, but you are kind of like you bump into each other. As Zernus, you launch off head. You do have enough movement to get there. He's only 15 away. Use your second, make another athletics check to attempt to grapple.
Athletics?
Yep.
Well, a natural 20 plus 4.
24 total.
Yeah, and just in Sylvan, like, gripping him, just calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down.
You just grab and start doing that. You just hear, I'm calm. I'm trying to leave. And then you've got him. Okay. I am going to actually, at this point, because it is the top of the thing, and I did forget to do this, I'm going to roll some damage for the aura, because that goes constantly. I just forgot to roll it before. I'm just going to roll once, and you all will take the same damage. Because you all either entered the aura or were in the aura already. So all of you that are in that area, that is, are going to take 4 necrotic damage. Zernus, you technically had 2 turns in the aura, especially this one included, so you're going to take an additional 4. So Zernus, you take 8 total, the rest of you take 4.
This is fine, I'm used to my life being drained. My best friend's Galliard.
Damn.
Do I also take it?
Yes, actually, because you only take the 4 though, because you entered the area.
You have stabbed me multiple occasions.
Wow, that's so cruel.
Party is so stabby.
So stabby. Okay, so
Seems that he's friends with Jervaven.
yeah. Okay, where are we?
I don't see Galliard taking Jervaven out on dates.
Oh my god. Maldette, it is over to you. You see Zernus now has Guy in his grasp.
I'm not gonna kill him! And I walk up to them as I still have spiritual guardians.
Okay.
So if you could make that save for me.
Not a problem.
But I want to do damage to make them unconscious. That's all. I don't want to kill.
Why?
Actually, here's what I'll say, because they were still within the 15 feet. They don't need to save or take that damage because their turn hasn't come up yet.
Well,
'Cause
no,
they
you
were
said that
dead
they
over.
were just out of the 15 feet range.
No, he
If
didn't.
I did say that, then that was a mistake, because they would be 15 feet away at this point, which is... It's on the edge, so they're still considered in it.
What if I back out and then walk back in?
Okay, if you
I'm
take a
kidding.
few steps back and then walk it, yes, they would be in it together. You could do that. I mean, you totally could. Do you want to?
Yeah, let's do that. Why not?
Okay, they'll make this
But I just want to make them
okay.
unconscious. I don't want to kill them.
I mean, that is good to know. Non-lethal attacks are an option. That's going to be 9, so go ahead and roll damage, because they fail.
Oh.
21 points. 21. Yeah. 21 points.
21.
They are still conscious. They are not unconscious. However, I feel like that's about to change. Anything else you'd like to do?
Seeing... Okay, so that's... can I use my action to attack?
Yeah,
Make them go unconscious.
and considering they
Can
are
I-
technically restrained, this would have advantage.
Can I move
Natural
to
20
prevent that?
and 19.
Sorry, Xernis, what were you asking?
I will gladly move to take that damage instead.
Do you have an ability that would give you that thing you can do? Do you have like interception or anything like that?
I don't know.
Because if you do, like, there's a fighting style, for example, called interception, where if you have a melee weapon or a shield, you can do that and like block some of the damage.
With your aura, the redemption aura lets you do that.
Is that a thing where you can take the damage?
I believe so, if I recall.
Magically swap damage.
Yeah, because if you have
As
something
a-
that would allow you to do that, you totally can. Maldet, go ahead and roll damage with the natural 20. And again, as a reminder, you roll the total damage as if it was not a crit, and then double the entirety. Anything that's added to it, double the whole thing.
The whole shebang.
No,
The whole shebang.
that is the starting at 7th level, so
Yeah.
no, he does not have that.
It's either you take it or the guy
Can
takes
I reaction
The
because it's
total
in my
damage is total damage is 10 plus you said double it, so
it'd be 20 total?
20.
Okay. So, what are you asking, Xernis? If you
He's
do not
trying
have an
to
ability,
attack.
if you don't have an ability that allows
I
you to
don't-
do that, I'm going to say no.
My dislike for clerics grows every session. No, I can't do anything, and now that I'm actually gonna hurt you.
Okay. So, you strike down and it was 20?
Yep.
So far... Well, actually, I need to take that into account because... So it's actually that, not that. So you strike down, they have stopped struggling, but they are still conscious. The weapon that they are holding and the staff clatter to the ground, and they put their hands up in the universal sign for surrender.
Good! You finally learned. I stop attacking, and I say, will you be a good boy now and put these on? And pull out manacles.
Let me check something.
Are we out of initiative now, or are we still in?
Well, we might be. Maldet, we will see what they do when we get to their turn. Wick, is there anything you would like to do on your turn? If not, that's okay, but I want to give you the opportunity before it gets to theirs.
I literally don't have a lot to do. Like, I had the thought of just, like, I would shoot the mage in the leg to immobilize him. But now he's, like, he's fine. So I'm like, oh, okay, I'll just not do that. So I think I will. She's just standing there. Is, like, aggressive. I don't know.
That's fair. Okay. A couple things are going to happen. First off, Drawson, I'm going to rely on you for a rules question, because you are a sorcerer. Can multiple meta magics, based on the wording, be used at the same time?
No, not on the same spell.
Not on the same spell, but if they are
Unless it
casting two.
specifies.
Okay.
Like, hold on. I'll just go grab the book.
Okay. Because I don't have it in front of me, so I'm relying on you for this.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's kind of that thing of like, I as a DM am debating things at the same time that this guy is. If he has the ability to do something, he will. But if not, he will surrender.
With 2 spells, you can do 2 meta magics. You can only use 1 meta magic per spell. So you can do 2 if you're doing 2 different spells.
Interesting. Okay. You do not see any words being said or any movement at all, and they vanish as they dimension door out using subtle spell.
Doesn't Dimension Door require you to move?
Don't believe so. I'm gonna check. Because I could be wrong.
I read that spell let you make a door appear and you have to pass through it. Because I feel like you're using it more of like a teleportation, like, peace out.
I will read what it says. Because I could be wrong. You could be 100% correct. You teleport yourself from your current location to any other spot within range. You arrive at exactly the location desired. It can be a place you can see, one you can visualize. We went over that part earlier. You can bring along objects as long as their weight doesn't exceed what you can carry. You can also bring one willing creature of your size or smaller who's carrying gear up to carrying. That's just about weight. Must be within 5 feet of you. If you arrive at a place already occupied by an object or creature, you and any creature traveling with you take 46 force damage, and the spell fails to teleport you. There's no actual door. I mean, some people flavor it that way, and I mean, if you want to use like the D&D movie, they showed an actual door, but it does not specify anywhere in the actual spell that it has to be. Not even in the components, technically. But good call. Honestly, call me out on those things if you think there might be something, because
Would I be a willing creature?
They are not attempting to take you, so even if you were,
all right.
It would not go that way, because they choose who they take as long as the creature is willing. And they vanish, and you are left standing there, your arms around something that isn't there, and Maldet, they were close. I will tell you, out of game, 15 hit points.
Yeah, I kind of was saying 20 or less to myself.
And actually, that might not have happened. Wisdom save, right? Because they have to take it at the beginning of their turn. So that might not have happened at all. That is an 18.
They take half damage still.
Yeah, and again, I've already said they had 15 HP. I don't know if you can do that much. That half would be 15, but we'll find out.
We're about to find out.
You'd have to do 30.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm trying to look at the spell specifics.
Yeah. Because it's Spirit Guardians, which is a great spell.
$24 halved is 12, so
12. So after taking this little bit of damage, 3 HP as a last-ditch effort. Because it's one of those things where unless you had even if you had chosen, you could see for them to not be affected by the Spirit Guardians, which actually, I don't even think you could, because I think you have to decide when you cast it.
You have to decide when you cast it.
Yeah, so even if you offer up the manacles for them to do it, and there's that thought in the back of your brain right as it happens, and they teleport out, or they're, they take the damage that, well, shit, they're about to take that damage, they might fall unconscious, well, that's not a bad thing, and then it just doesn't do enough. It startles them a bit, and they just go, fuck it, I'm out, and they bamf out. So yeah. It's one of those things where just a spell that was doing really good during the combat scenario worked against you a little bit near the end there. But they have vanished. You could try to find them again, but wherever they are hurting. And it's at that point where all of you hear that sound, that from the other side of the place, from the north.
Well, he wouldn't go more north.
Take joy in hurting people, Maldet.
I wouldn't say joy.
But you wouldn't stop either. He was already retreating. Wouldn't let him go.
There are some things you will learn as we continue. One of them being, there are certain things that you just can't allow to happen. One being a potential enemy, or
I think I have learned
enemy.
enough, knowing that you have no capacity in your heart to show mercy to this weakest foes.
You call him weak?
I didn't hurt him. He was simply doing his job, and he just needed a bit of persuasion to know that what he was following no longer exists.
We all have our different methods of persuasion.
So
Yours
never let you
just-
do anything then.
And yet here we are.
I have to save yet another person from your horrible grasp.
I wouldn't say horrible. But like I said, we all have different methods of persuasion. And by the moment, there's going to come a moment where I'm going to end up doing something that I will regret. But in the moment, that will be the best option.
You see his fists, like, clench up.
I wasn't going to outright kill him. I was just going to knock him unconscious, put these manacles on him, and pray that he wasn't able to cast any more spells. Clearly, I was wrong, because here he is out of your grasp.
He is a mage. He uses vocal components as well as hand gestures to cast his spells. Regardless, you put those manacles on him, he still would have been able to cast spells and other things. I'm just getting in my head that you're really weird.
I can cast locate objects, so if he were to dimension door like he just did, I can locate the manacles.
Or you could just leave him alone.
This is a new enemy that I have made. He might not be an enemy to you, but he now will probably try to kill me in the future.
Wick, you were going to say
Maybe
something.
that's best. You can finally meet your god.
Wick will take a deep breath as she's hearing this conversation. As she does not have Tick to communicate, she will pull out the necklace that was given to her, and she slowly begins to speak into it. As she says, "Will the two of you shut the absolute fuck up?" Then silence, as she glares at the both of them.
Okay.
Where are the others?
You should have stayed on your mission to find the library.
Let's not
That's
point
what you
fingers
came
on what
here
we
for.
should and should not do. The man who wants to constantly kill anything that stands in his way. And he'll shove past Maldant and start.
If that is true,
coming
you would
from where
be
he
dead
went.
right now.
I would have been dead by your attack.
Exactly my point. You're saying I kill everything that's in my path. If that were true, you would be dead right now.
You
All
can
of you would
certainly
be.
try.
Do I need to recall back to the ship?
All I did was show you hesitation, show you mercy, and you took advantage of it. It speaks volumes upon both of us, doesn't it? If I didn't hesitate, you would be off the side of that ship in the ground. If I didn't
And you
show
would be right
mercy,
there
if
with
I
me.
didn't think that you were worth living, you wouldn't be here.
And you would be right there with me.
Look, we're
As
both
you
here
are.
right now. We have the others. Something is going down that way. The elf is gone. We have to worry about the others, the other people that, actually care about
Well,
us, that
get
we care about
moving.
here. But come on, start heading back the way, having the mage's staff in hand.
Speaking of which, you take the mage's staff. Does anyone wish to take the sword? It seems
Me.
to just be a regular
Me.
longsword.
Give it to me. I
Cool.
want the sword.
It is a very nicely made, elven-made longsword. It's not anything special, doesn't have any magical properties that you can tell immediately looking at it, but it is very nicely made. And you get the idea with the general, information you have, they ain't made like this anymore.
But she's like, I'm gonna make big bucks with this shit. Fuck yeah!
This is despite the fact it's not magical, it is an artifact.
It is an artifact. I'm keeping it. I'm just like, I got something to get out of this. That's what matters.
Okay. So as you guys start to make your way north to the northern end, meeting up.
I'm gonna stay in the room for a bit.
Okay, that's fine. Those of you that make your way up, and those of you that were already there, Kingsley and such, because that combat was very quick. That was like 12 seconds. So not much happens. You guys start to make your way up, and you all get there. The rest of you that weren't already up top get there like 30 seconds later. It's not long after the rest. And you see there is a singular door in the center of this room as you all stand next to each other. Maldet, you follow after a little bit? Or do you stay?
I think the sound that we're hearing, is it a continuous sound?
No, it's like sporadic. It's not like regular intervals. It's weird. It's like a really deep sound of a baby crying. It's like a really low, just sort of every so often.
I'm just gonna sit on the floor.
Okay. So then at any point, if we are going to be ending soon, but I just wanted to get to a certain point here. Where was I going with this? All of you that are up there, you start to hear heavy footsteps, and all of a sudden, all of the lights on the ceilings come on. White light, brightening the area. Those of you that were adjusted to dark vision get flashbanged and then adjust, and by the time your eyes adjust and open again, they turn red. And you start to hear just this alarm blaring.
Well, fuck.
And then all of the walls in this area that you were in, not just this room, but the entire place, drop into the floor, shifting downward into the floor. These stone walls shift downwards and then raise back up in a completely different orientation. The room you were in doubling in size, different doors in different places, these looking in better shape, having been recessed into the ground. The place is an entirely different orientation. And you see that door and hallway that was in front of you is gone, and now it's just one large room. On the one side of the room, the wall is entirely gone, and you see the sky up through it, the light coming through, and you see a crater that you didn't see from the surface. You've traveled a bit through here. The distance, you've traveled a little bit in this underground section. And so you see a large crater that divots down, and you don't see what's making this sound until one hand, two hands, 3, 4, many arms climb their way up the top. And you see this massively mutated head cocked to the side, a bulbous chin, and that fuses into a neck in this just body covered in boils and blisters and different things, and its just mouth is hanging open with like 3 different tongues coming out. Its jaw, you can see splits in the middle, and it just looks in your direction. And after a second, does that thing you see in like some horror movies where it's really still for a minute and then starts clambering its way in your direction, and that's where we're going to end the session. And that's where we're going.
Well,
Well, what do we have here? Shit.
There you go. Enjoy.
Delectable.
Yeah. This honestly, it looks like a bunch of bodies have been pressed and melted together.
Honestly, super slay.
Enjoy.
Nuclear monster.
So, with all of that, the decisions having been made and all of that, we're going to end the session there. Don't forget they're going to be posted YouTube, Spotify, and other podcasting platforms hopefully soon, because that's honestly a really big pain in the ass. I'm really struggling with Apple right now. I fucking hate Apple. So anyway,